Zoom-il എങ്ങനെയാ വോളി എടുക്കുക അറിയോ? ഇത് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല.
ticket.
இத்தனை ஆண்டும் இளமை மாறா இன்பத் தமிழாய் 5 மொழிகள் அணிந்தாலும் அன்பில் வருவதும் அன்னை தமிழே, உணர்வு தருவதும் உணர்ச்சி தமிழே. அத்தனை அருமை கொண்ட அன்னை தமிழே, உன்னை வாழ்த்தும் நேரம் இது. எதுவும் தமிழ்தாய் வாழ்த்திற்காக.
நீராறும் கடலொடுக்க நிலமடர்ந்த எழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெற்கடமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறனுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழரங்கே தமிழரங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறமியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Welcome every morning with smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your Creator, another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. A small cheer and a great welcome makes the day complete. Now, I kindly request our coordinator, Dr. A. Sadiq Buhari, sir, to welcome the gathering. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. I feel immensely happy to stand before you to propose welcome address and to welcome all of you for this national conference on post-COVID complication, a biotechnological approach organized by Department of Biotechnology, Jamal College. On this special occasion, I feel delighted to welcome our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent Sahib, Dr. A.K. Kaja Nazmeen Sahib, who is always helpful for us and providing all amenities and need will be fulfilled by his generous mind. I profusely welcome you, sir. I profusely welcome our dynamic principal, Dr. S. Jamal sir, for providing all facilities and backbone for all activities. Welcome you, sir. Our lovable Assistant Secretary Sahib, who is keen in taking care of all activities, particularly in the science department, and for the encouragement provided for us. I welcome you, sir. I welcome my mentor, Dr. P. Shalvi, sir, with former head of the department. I profusely welcome you, sir. I welcome my mentor and former vice principal and head of the department, and specifically former coordinator of Biotechnology department, Dr. Imam Shalvi, sir. Please welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Jafar, sir, coordinator of catering department. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome our head of the department, Dr. Joseph Gerald, sir. Welcome you, sir. I welcome our former head of the department and mid self-finance courses zoology department, Dr. Shamshin, sir. Welcome you, sir. Professor Anil Mohamed, sir. Welcome you, sir. And finally, I welcome all the staff members from different departments and HODs from the different departments of near in and around colleges of Tiruchi, and my own faculty members and student friends and participants. This program was organized by the blessings of Almighty to cater the need of today's pandemic situations, which arised and faced by us a conducive environment for about 2 years. After this conducive environment, we have to face little complications, which is really obscure. To meet out the changes occurred after vaccination, we have to have some strategic solution, always we need to say as concrete information about what is happening in the post-COVID situations. Hence, with this mind, this program was organized by our today's Honorable Secretary, Dr. Benazir Begum. She has approached to Biotechnology Department for funding. With this strenuous effort, we got funding, and thanks to Biotechnology Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. This opportunity, I thank our college management, secretary sir, principal sir, for providing all the required information for applying and for the encouragement. Thank you very much, sir. Here, I like to share, during the COVID conditions, we are the only college, and our college came forward to work for the cause of public, and also for the people who have suffered from pandemic, corona diseases. So we are the only college affiliated with the Government of India, loomed all over Trichy and provide all the help for the affected individuals. In this regard, today Biotechnology Department has taken the lead to work on post-COVID situations, what is occurring in the public. So our college alumni, Nadu local team has worked a lot in this regard. We got appreciation from Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, that the amenities provided by our management, and we got appreciation from Tiruchirappalli collector also. In this situation, I like to recall, we are also working after COVID situations, what best we can do for the society. So today's chief guest, Dr. Ramalingam, who is our illustrious alumni, he is the right man to do the job which is assigned for today. He is our illustrious alumni who did undergraduate in our department, now presently working as scientist, Indian Council of Medical Research, Chennai. Welcome for his acceptance to go over here as a chief guest for this inaugural program, and also he is going to address us in a first plenary lecture. Thank you very much, sir. To say about Dr. Ramalingam, he is our illustrious alumnus, and he is a gold medalist during the time of his graduation. After graduation, he moved to University of Madras. From there, he moved to University of California. From there, he worked for postdoctoral and further PhD. After acquiring PhD, he came back to India during 2003. And from there, now up to presently, he is working as scientific officer, working for the noble cause in the field of vaccine productions. To his credit, he has produced more than 30 PhDs and won many awards related to scientific contribution, particularly to the Government of India. Sir, we are very much happy to have you here, and thankful from the Department of Biotechnology for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much. I once again thank all of you for coming over here for this academic deliberation, and I hope that we will have a fruitful 2 days. The academic deliberation which is going to deliver will reach the student community and the public. I once again welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of welcome. Every time you smile at someone, it is an action of love, a gift to that person, a simple talk that's the start of opening your heart, and compassion to others. Now, I kindly request our exemplary academician, our principal, Dr. S. Ismail Mohidin, sir, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Most Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, respected Assistant Secretary, respected today's Chief Guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam, Scientist, Department of Immunology, National Institute of Research, Chennai, respected Coordinator, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Sadiq Buhari, respected professors from Department of Biotechnology, Mr. Sebastian Raj, and the convener, organizing secretary, Dr. Danazir Begum, our former professors, Dr. P. Shawalamid, Dr. M. Shawalamid, and the professors from the Department of Zoology, Chemistry, and other faculty members, participants, and my dear young Jamalians. I am very happy that Department of Biotechnology is organizing a national conference on post-COVID-19 complications, a biotechnological approach. It is very important to note that it is sponsored by Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology. In this happiest occasion, I thank the Department of Biotechnology for recognizing our Department of Biotechnology to have such a wonderful national conference. Dear participants, Jamal is a blessed soil because there are colleges in and around, started recently, but Jamal Mohamed College has been initiated during the year 1951 by the two philanthropists, founders, Haji Janab Jamal Mohamed Sahib and Kajamian Rauter, only to provide higher education to the downtrodden people. It is very important that in our vision and mission statement also it has been mentioned, it is not, that is, the college is not founded only for Muslims. They have mentioned that it is to provide higher education to the downtrodden students of this part of the country. That is more important. That is why we are telling that Jamal is a blessed soil. Today morning, myself and Dr. Our former student, Dr. Ramalingam, just we have interacted. Then I requested him to support Jamal for further growth. Immediately, sir told that I am seeing many small colleges, they became universities. But why Jamal is the same Jamal Mohamed College as it is? This is why it is not a university. Then I told him that our government of Tamil Nadu and government of India is ready to provide us with the university status, no doubt in it, because many years ago itself they have requested us to have a university, to form a university, Jamal Mohamed University, instead of Jamal Mohamed College, Jamal Mohamed University. But our magnanimous management is very much, that is, they are very much particular about the aided staff members. There are 145 aided staff members. If we become a university, those staff members will not be given the salary by the government. So all will be self-supporting staffs. That is a very big problem. That is why we are not become a university. But anyhow, whatever the university is having, all the infrastructural facilities, I don't think in Tamil Nadu, this is the only college having 12,000 students trained. And that too, very importantly, many of the students in Jamal Mohamed College, we used to ask them who are the first graduates from their families. Almost in every class, 70% of the students are the first learners. So Jamal, in its vision, without any diversion, it is going in the right path. That is the motto of Jamal. Show us the right path is the motto of Jamal. So we are marching towards excellence, and Alhamdulillah, the batch, our Mr. Dr. Ramalingam sir completed his bachelor degree in Jamal Mohammed College during 91-94. I wonder, many of the Jamalians in that specific batch, 91-94 batch, whether you go to Kuwait, the president of our alumni association, Mr. Amir, is from 91-94 zoology. Zoology particularly. Then our North American chapters, many of the friends, whether they belongs to MCA program or MBA program or mathematics or whatever it may be, all belongs to 91-94. There is something, some importance in 1991-94. I do not know why and how. There are lot many students also available in other batches also, particularly the 91-94 batch. That too, particularly regarding this topic, during COVID-19 only they have emerged. All these 91-94 batch. Then at that time only North America chapter have been initiated. So in this occasion, I thank Dr. Akbar sir. He initiated when he was in America, he interacted with our own alumnus, Professor Rukunuddin sir, Dr. Rukunuddin sir, and started the alumni chapter. Alhamdulillah, why I am telling this? Because it has a importance. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of the Almighty Allah, the Department of Zoology, I have to appreciate Department of Zoology and other faculty members. Department of Biotechnology is also, that is, headed by the Professor Buhari. He is the Associate Professor of Department of Zoology. And the Emory University, the very famous university in US, and Jamal Mohammed College, England, MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. So it is very, very important because it is a very famous university in US. Jamal Mohammed is not a university, it is a college. Because of our alumni, because of our professors, because of the students, we used to tell that Jamal Mohammed College is by the student, for the students, future and present and past. So in that way, we had a memorandum of understanding between Emory University for, it is a very important topic related to this, that is to develop virology department. In nowhere in India, a college is not having a department like virology or vaccination. We have a plan, our management have a plan to have such a department in Jamal Mohammed College, inshallah, in future. We will develop vaccines, inshallah, by the present students, future professors, future scientists. So it will happen, inshallah. And I request all the participants, the young participants, the main or particularly or the important concepts of that is having such a seminars or conferences is to stimulate your hidden talent, your research ideas. That is why DBT is giving this fund. And also DBT identified 5 of our departments: mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology as star department, and it is the continuously for the 3rd year we are in DBT sponsored star department. Inshallah, next year, if you complete this year successfully, next year all these 5 departments will be given a status of, that is, star college. So with all your support and your moral and physical support, inshallah, we will become a, inshallah, supported, that is financial supported university as our vision of Jamal Mohammed College. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable words with us. Honor belongs to those who never forsake the truth, even when things seem dark and grim. Trying over and over again is the secret of success. Now it's time to honor our dignitaries of the day. Now I kindly request our member in charge of the department, Dr. J. Sebastian Raj, sir, to honor our secretary and correspondent, Dr. A.K. Khaja Nazimuddin, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. K. Gopalan, sir, to honor Assistant Secretary, Dr. K. Abdul Samad, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. T. Nargis Begum, ma'am, to honor our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam, sir. Now, thank Now I kindly request our coordinator, Dr. A. Sadi Buhari, sir, to honor our respective principal, Dr. S. Ismail Mohideen, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. T. Nargis Begum, ma'am, to honor a former coordinator of biotechnology, Dr. M. Shahul Hamid, sir. Please, ma'am. Now I request Dr. A. Sadi Buhari, sir, to honor our former HOD of zoology, Dr. P. Shahul Hamid, sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sirs. Thank you all.
Science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity and it is the torch which illuminates the world. We, the Department of Biotechnology, Jamal Mohamed College, feel honored and privileged to host the DPT-funded National Conference on Post-COVID-19 Complications, a Biotechnological Approach 2022. Now, we have the remarkable event, the release of the souvenir to keep this day pinned in our hearts forever. Now, I kindly request our secretary and correspondent, Dr. A.K. Khaja Nazimuddin, sir, to release the CD. The first copy of the CD will be received by our honorable chief guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam, sir. Please, sir. Here, I kindly request the respected dignitaries on the dais to join.
இருக்காமா
The most powerful leadership tool you have is your own personal example. Great leaders don't tell you what to do, they show you how it's done. Here, we welcome the dynamic stalwart of our institution, our Honorable Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. A.K. Kajanazumbi, sir, to facilitate the gathering. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All praise be to the Almighty, the most beneficent and most merciful Almighty. Today, the PG and Research Department of Biotechnology of Jamal College organizing a two-day national conference, and in the title Post-COVID-19 Complications, Biotechnological Approach, which is done in a blended mode. The most honorable, our Assistant Secretary of our institution, the dynamic principal, the head of the Department of Biotechnology, the chief guest of honor today, Dr. P. Ramalingam, scientist, Department of Immunology, a former HODs and vice principals and other members of the staffs from various departments, and participants from various colleges, and my dear student friends and Jamalians. At the outset, I am immensely happy to go over here and speak before you on this occasion. The post-COVID-19 complications. I hope it may be that manifold programs over there observed by the scientists, and therefore to the needful to that effect, how it has been done, and the biotechnological approach over it. Most important factor, the factors of post-COVID, because the initiative which has been taken on the immediate actions of the pharmaceutical as well as the biotechnological researchers, the COVID injections are given, the vaccines are being immediately taken place and in random, and also it was a very essential one to save the lives of the people of this universe. But what will be the effect? Many persons during the course of their vaccinations, many are feared because what will be the other effects, and it has to be observed by a slow process and also in various aspects of scientific researches. So the exact matter was not being discussed even till today. What will be the post-COVID activities of the immunization? But anyhow, initiatives being taken by Jamal College, and in particular Dr. A. Sadiq Buhari, coordinator, PGI and Research Department of Biotechnology, has taken as the important factor, and he has taken it to make this conduct of this seminar and conference and nationally combined with all student friends and researchers, and has brought a very good scientist, particularly of Department of Biotechnology and Dr. Ramalingam. So now I think it is a time and it is a platform to the student friends who have come over here and made the participation and to observe what is the technological applications which have been in biotechnology. And moreover, I think the program will go in a very exclusive way, and also it will be a very successful one, and to make the very important factor of the international level post-COVID activities. With these few words, I thank all the Department of Biotechnology, Technology, and the associated departments to make a very successful one and make this program a very good program for the near future of our immunization centers. With this, let me conclude my speech with giving my choices, application and appreciations to these institutions and developments of science and technology. I thank one and all of you for being here in this occasion. A grand success is always a welcoming one. Thank you.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. When you have inner calmness, then you automatically succeed in what you do. The more silent you are from inside, your thoughts and actions become more powerful. We request our Assistant Secretary, Dr. A. Abdul Samad, sir, to felicitate the gathering. Please, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy morning to one and all gathered over here in this national conference, a biotechnological approach in the blended mode organized by PG and Research Department of Biotechnology of our institution. Our revered Secretary and Correspondent of our College Management Committee, respected Principal, the Coordinator for the Biotechnology Department, Dr. Sadiq Buhari, Dr. Sebastian Raj, and other members, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Benazir Begum, and our respected Chief Guest for today's National Conference, Dr. B. Ramalingam, Scientist, Department of Immunology, Indian Council for Medical Research, ICMR, Chennai, which comes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and our renowned professors from the PG and Research Department of Zoology, our former professors, Dr. M. Shah Amit Sahib and Dr. P. Shah Amit sir, head of the Department of Zoology, Dr. Shamsuddin, Dr. Jafar Ahmed, and other faculty members. On behalf of the Management Committee, my hearty wishes for this national conference organized by the PG and Research Department of Biotechnology, and they have invited our reputed alumni, Dr. B. Ramalingam. He is an alumni from the Zoology Department. He completed his education in the year 91-94. Because in case of our Zoology Department, we have a noted alumni, renowned alumni are there from this department in particular here, as well as in the OCs also. They used to take more initiatives. Currently, they are taking more initiatives to spread the status of Jamal to its next level. For example, if you take the US chapter, the NA chapter, North American chapter, they are doing a very good job. Dr. Ruknidin sir, he used to speak with me often, and I also have interactions in various spheres, in the academic spheres. He often gives us more suggestions, that too during in the late night hours only we used to speak. So such a kind of a person he is, and he supports in a different part of the activity. So my special wishes, we have various noted persons here. Dr. Jayakantan from Malappa University, he is a reputed authority in the field of bioinformatics, which I have been associated. So my special wishes to all the faculty members, biotechnology students for this wonderful national conference on post-COVID-19 complications of biotechnological approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. Sorry for the inconvenience. Now we have the remarkable event, the release of the souvenir, to keep this day pinned in our hearts forever. We, the Department of Biotechnology, Jamal Mohamed College, feel honored and privileged to host the DBT-funded National Conference on post-COVID-19 complications, a biotechnological approach. Now, I kindly request our Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. A.K. Khaja Nazimuddin sir, to release the CD. The first copy of the CD will be received by our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam sir. Please, sir. Here I kindly request the respected dignitaries on the dais to join.
Thank you, sirs. We give the name scientist to a type of man who has felt experiment to be a means guiding him to search out the truth of life. Is none other than our chief guest. Now we kindly request our chief guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam sir, to address us on this occasion. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. So, respected secretary, sir, respected additional secretary, principal, sir, management, team, and on the dais. It is a very immense pleasure and moment of proud and honor to be here in our institute, and that we in front of our own bio teachers, Dr. P. Chapalu, sir, Dr. Samsudin, sir. It gives me a very happy occasion to be here again, and also to be in front of all of the young students. So I'm happy to see that this college has taken up this conference on an important topic, which is post-COVID syndrome. So now we are in the moment where a lot of people, we do not know what exactly is happening after COVID. So people think COVID has gone, the symptoms are gone, and also now we are back to the normal. But the clinicians and the researchers, we are now in a situation to coin each and every symptom to this post-COVID secret. So I'm very happy that it has been taken as a topic here in this conference, and I wish all the participants and organizers and the faculty members will benefit by means of learning what is happening around the globe with reference to the COVID sequence. COVID secret, which is nothing but symptoms which is related to COVID in the after scenario of COVID. So I wish this conference will go in a nice manner. So I thank for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So I am going to just give the lecture immediately. So where I will just introduce you the concepts, what are all the themes which is being recognized as COVID sequel events, and some of the concepts of cutting-edge technologies, where biotechnology play an important role in discipline some of the aspects of basic research content. So with this few words, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be in this among your honest, and I thank Zaki to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Thank you is the best trigger that anyone could say. I now invite Dr. S. Benazir Begum ma'am to express extreme gratitude to the gathering.
Good morning to all. It's a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this inaugural function of the conference. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty for bringing the inaugural program into a grand success. I would like to thank our esteemed Secretary and Correspondent Sir, respected President Sir, and our Assistant Secretary Sir for their motivational guidance. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to our beloved Principal Sir, our Vice Principal Sir, and Additional Vice Principal for their guidance. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks to the directors of different functionaries for their valuable time with us. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to the funding agency, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India for providing financial support for the successful conduct of the program. I express my sincere thanks to former coordinator, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. M.M. Sahul Hamid sir, and former head, Department of Zoology, Dr. P. Sahul Hamid sir, and Jafar sir for gracing this occasion. Thank you, sir. I really extend a hearty thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. B. Ramalingam sir, Scientist E, ICMR, Chennai, who spared time amidst his busy schedule to grace this occasion. Today, we had an opportunity to have your thoughts, and this will surely encourage us in our future events. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and have shown us a new path. Thank you, sir. And my gratitude to all the speakers for raising the occasion and sharing their opinions today and tomorrow. And my gratitude, my deep sense of thanks to our coordinator, Dr. A. Sadiq Bukhari sir, for his enlightenment, encouragement, and elegant explanation of each and everything. Thank you, sir. I shower my heartfelt thanks to the member in charge and all the staff members for their support and valuable contribution. I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. John Anthony Joseph Gerald sir and Samsudin sir for gracing this occasion. All the non-teaching staff for their timely help. Thank you all. My sincere thanks to faculties from Department of Zoology, Microbiology, and other departments, and also staff members from various colleges, institutions, and universities for their active participation. Last but not least, I convey my gratitude to all the students from Jamal Mohamed College and participants from various colleges here for paying your patience, attention, learning, and presentation. With this warm word and a kind message, we move to the today's conference. Thank you, everyone. Have a fabulous day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartful note of gratitude. Thank you, sirs, for joining us and making this inaugural event a grand success. We really feel honored to have you here. Thank you all. Thank you, sirs.
இது யாரோட இது ஓபன் பண்ணி வெச்சுக்கோங்க. இது யாரோட இது மேல லேப்டாப் சார்ஜ் ஏதா தெரியல மேம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட்
ஆனா இது நமக்கு ஜூம்ல இருக்கிற மெம்பர்ஸ்க்கு தெரியுமா? அது ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் பண்ணுங்க. நமக்கு இங்க ஓகே ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஆகுது. இந்த ஜூம் மீட்டிங் மெம்பர்ஸ்க்கு கேமரா ஆஃப் பண்ணி ஆரம்பிச்சு வாய்ஸ்
இது தெரியுமா இல்ல எப்படி போட்டா தெரியும்? நம்ம பிபிடி
நம்ம ஆக்சுவலி இதுதான் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணணும்.
நான் இந்த ஸ்கிரீன் ஒன்னே கொடுக்குறேன்.
நீங்க ஜூம்ல ஆல்ரெடி மெம்பர் கனெக்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. ஜூம் மீட்டிங்ல இருந்து ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ண
It has caused enough damage on the economic factor as well as the sociological and psychological damage. So this is what we have known. But what happens is there is a long-term sequelae which has been tagged the disease. Now everyone is the clinicians and the scientists. We are now aiming to see what is the complications for those people who have been infected with COVID and how this can be diagnosed and how this can be treated or attributed. So that is the important questions. And this pandemic is still remains as a pandemic. It has not become a endemicity. So it is still under threat because of various important reasons such as high transmissibility, the presence of asymptomatic carriers among the population, and the day-to-day emergence of new variants, and also the vaccine equity. So there are still certain population in the world who are not having any access to the vaccines. So this is one big reason why the virus is being evolving on a daily basis. So we say that vaccine, as a scientist, we see vaccine alone as a one particular important factor for protecting the nature. I mean, protecting the human beings through vaccination. So that is our only promising goal, what we have seen. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Yeah. So normally we know that all viral infections, particularly the SARS-CoV-2, it has a transmissibility and infectivity for a days of 14 days. And it can maximum go up to a day of 28 days. So after 28 days, there is an active infectivity state where there is an active viral replication followed by a sequence of inflammation stage. And this inflammation will curtail the viral replication and it is followed by a recovery phase. The treatment is an objective thing where it can come and enhance the clearance of the bacteria. But after 28 days, the symptoms, whatever they have felt, it keeps continuing. So that thing what we call as a post-COVID symptoms or sequelae. And there are some stages also. From 4 weeks to 8 weeks is one category, and from 8 to 12 weeks is another category. So these category who have been claimed as a patients, we call them as either post-acute COVID or a chronic COVID. So whoever has more than 3 weeks up to 12 weeks of symptoms is called acute COVID. It can be subacute or post-acute COVID. But anybody who has more than 12 weeks, they are termed as the chronic COVID conditions. Next. So here from WHO, what we have seen across the world is, and before going there, like I can say, the chronic, the COVID infection has 3 different conditions: mild, moderate, and severe. So among 10% of the infected people, they are categorized as a severe infected patients. Among the 10% people, like more than 5 to 8%, they require hospitalization. So these hospitalized individuals are the vulnerable population who is developing the post-COVID syndromes. So this is one of the major findings. It has been proved across the world, and it is in one data what it shows is like 20% of the hospitalized individuals due to COVID are now coming for a readmission within a day of 60 days of discharge. And this complication is mainly attributed towards the COVID complications. And the most common readmission diagnosis, around 30%, is exactly the COVID-19 symptoms, followed by sepsis-related issues. The sepsis, around the 10% of the 20% population, again they report sepsis, which is nothing but an infection-related thing, and also an inflammation-related event, which is happening due to the COVID. Another one is the pneumonia, because of the damage which has been caused in the lungs by the COVID vaccine virus, and also the heart failure. This has been very pronouncedly seen not only in the higher age beyond 60, but also in the age of 40 and above. The heart failure phenomenon has also been attributed and they have been compared to the across. Next. So here what we have to show is like there are multiple evidence, research-based evidence is being more and more coming on daily basis from various research institutions, and the multidisciplinary approach is also being now evidence, and these evidences show that there is a lot of events or symptoms which is happening, and all these things can be attributed to the one particular event, which is COVID-19 infection. And here, like what we will see is, we need a prospective study. There is no clear-cut prospective study which has a random control clinical trials. Like every COVID-infected patient needs to be followed at least a period of 8 months or 12 months in a regular basis. Only then it will be very clear to say that what kind of symptoms or what kind of pathological development body has. So those studies are now being initiated across the world, and from those studies, some of the valid points have been now it is noted, and those things I would like to present to you so that you have an idea about what are the complications which is related to the post-COVID complications. And this doesn't need more and more of research, but it are also applications of clinicians where they have to target each and every symptom and see what is the background of the symptom and how we can address it in terms of pathophysiology. Next. So here, certain factors are considered very important for the development of post-COVID symptoms. And based on this, I would like to highlight some of the things which is considered as the post-COVID risk factors. So the major risk factors, what they say across the world is an abnormal chest X-ray and CT, which is like more than 30%. They all develop post-COVID syndromes. So normally, like even when a hospitalized individual, they doesn't take the X-ray or CT. It is considered as a lung damage. Only when they are thinking that is a lung damage, then they will address you or ask you to take a CT. And when the CT, if you see a 30%, there is a damage in the CT, definitely there is a chance that whatever complications in the lung is because of COVID. So that is one of the major risk factors which is being attributed for COVID-19 sequelae. Then the D-dimer. The D-dimer is another biological phenomenon in a blood which is measurable. And 20% of the post-sequelae component, they are all having high levels of D-dimer. So irrespectively all these, other than that, NT-proBNP, this is one of the peptides which is released from the heart under stressful conditions. And this is also considered as an important biomarker for post-COVID sequelae. Then essentially the CRP is one thing, and serum ferritin, procalcitonin, and the inflammatory cytokine IL-6. So those COVID-infected patients who have higher or elevated levels of these 5 parameters are definitely succumb to the post-COVID sequelae. It can be subacute or acute or a long COVID. So the symptoms may vary, but they may have different symptoms in different organelles, but all these are attributed only to the post-COVID symptom. And when the risk factor is considered, women has twice the chance than the men, particularly above the age of 60. So this is also an epidemiological study which has clearly mentioned that most of the infected women, they have higher risk for developing the post-COVID syndrome when compared to the men after the age of 60. Then the common symptoms which is really attributed to the post-COVID things are fatigue. Fatigue is normal fatigue what we feel. Then the headache, which is related to hypertension, most probably to the hypertension, and also reduction of the gray matter also is an important concept which is picking up for headache. Then dyspnea. Dyspnea is nothing but gasping for, we have a shortness of breath, which is very important sequence. So any person who has these kind of feelings like dyspnea, this is considered as an important symptom for risk factor for developing the complications. Then myalgia. Myalgia is a muscle spasm where a part of the muscle doesn't have the ability to contract. So as a result, you may have a shortness of breath or shortness of energy production, so that you have a risk factor for developing the complications. And also presence of comorbidities. There are multiple comorbidities like hypertension, metabolic comorbidities, diabetes. So all these things are considered as a high risk factor for developing the complications. So going into the pathophysiology, so why this happens and what is the reason behind the complications of COVID? There are some studies which has clearly told there are different stages where it is possible. One is the acute infection. The acute infection stage, what happens is the viral replication takes over the host immune system and it keeps better proliferation. And during this period, it is the inflammatory cytokines or inflammatory mechanism of the host mechanism is subdued. Due to that event, the acute infection proliferates more. When the viral proliferation is more and they take over the host immune system. As a result, they have much more lucid and very clear symptoms coming up and making the person much in a disease condition. After this, the inflammatory phase has to cope up the viral infection. So the host immune system pumps up a lot of inflammatory molecules, particularly the cytokines and chemokines, not only with the cell-mediated immunity, but also humoral immunity also gears up and it tries to clear the over-replicating virus. In this stage, what happens? At one stage, when virus and the inflammatory peak meets, there is a drop in the replication of virus. But what happens? Immediately, the inflammatory phase doesn't come down. In a normal human being, it needs to come down for a homeostasis. But what happens? Our body still keeps producing more and more inflammatory molecules, and they continue to produce for a long period of time. So that is the main cause for the post-COVID symptoms again. And also there is another phase which is called recovery phase. In this recovery phase, the inflammatory phase also comes down, but still what happens due to the treatment regimen or the modes of mechanical ventilation or all the sequelae of critical illness will result in the damage in the end organ damage. So that is also an important stage where all these three can be easily correlated and leading to the prolonged symptoms, which is nothing but the long COVID. So in the acute phase, the treatment has to be given. In the normal treatment, they give mostly the steroids, and these steroids have a drawback effect and they have adverse events, and these adverse events are not good, which results in end organ damage, and this end organ damage may lead to post-COVID complications. And the cytokine storm as a result of inflammatory upregulation, which is also defining the status of the immune status to be homeostasis is not maintained. As a result, there is an alternate immune status which enhances much more infection and inflammation. And as a result, the symptoms gets prolonged and it also leads to the post-COVID or long COVID. And the recovery phase, particularly when you have a mechanical ventilator or those kind of things, hypoxia conditions and hyperosmolarity conditions, these two will be more and more. As a result, cardiac related issues and the kidney related issues are physically being imparted to the patient. As a result, those two organs get damaged. As a result, you will also get the long COVID symptoms. Next. So categories. So when it is categorized post-COVID in different systematic levels, there are multiple categories what we should know. And these categories, it is not specific for one particular system. It has been organized. It has been very helpful in categorizing much of the organelles, or not only systematic but also in the organelle manner. So we can see that the cardiorespiratory is the major one. Besides, we have neuropsychiatry, that is the second one. So we have recent evidences that virus can go and deposit in the gray matter of the brain, and it can also capable of depleting the gray matter. So it is basically a demyelination, which is happening not only in the neurons but also in the gray matter. So as a result, your cognitive behavior is also being changed. It includes the basic sleep pattern, cognitive functions, parameter, neuro-related functions. Everything is being affected because of the virus, which is having a specific potential of going and depleting your gray matter. Then the gastrointestinal syndrome, where the lot of epithelial cells are being shed off. As a result, what happens? The absorption capability, assimilation capability of your gut is being totally altered. And when a condition like the microbiome in your gut, which dictates all your diseases, that is being ruined now. So because of that, so gastrointestinal syndromes, whichever is happening or being observed in the patients, can be also attributed to the post-COVID syndrome. Then musculoskeletal, thromboembolic, and then multi-system inflammatory syndrome. So this is also very important and complicated syndrome, which is very much pronounced and seen in the case of children. Because these children, they don't have any severe complications because of the less amount of age-specific expression. They are thought that they are protective for the virus, but they do have similar events which can trigger the inflammation. As a result, this inflammation will shoot up after 2 to 3 months of infection, and they come up to the hospitals with a high inflammatory condition state, which is called as the multi-system inflammatory syndrome. So these kids, they even have a heart failure, and there is a called a Kawasaki disease is called, where the main carotid artery it becomes thickened and it reflects a rheumatoid arthritis disease. So this is exclusively happening only in the kids under 8 to 12 years of age. Then genitourinary system, and finally the dermatological system. So even the dermatology is being affected by the virus. As a result, lot of hair loss and multiple vesicle-related atherosclerosis and the dermal damage, skin ulcerations. These are also happening because of the regular, not only the regular supply of the blood to the part, but also the coagulation, the thrombosis, which aids in the presentation of dermatological disease. Next. So here you see all kinds of symptoms. So all these symptoms, you name whatever it is, everything can be related to the post-COVID syndrome. So that is the main thing which we have to think. But you please don't get panicked. This is not for everyone. This is only for those person who has been infected by COVID and who are hospitalized. They have the higher chance of associating cases. The mild and moderately infected COVID patients, they have not these, the symptoms may be there, but the severity is not that bad. So please be clear in the mind. You are not being questioned or you are not being doubtful about these symptoms what you see. Yeah. Next. So now we thought like all the symptoms can be categorized under regular systems, and we will go one by one, which will be seeing that, and we also know what is the research basis of how it is being affected and how it is being addressed for the post-COVID. Yeah, next week. And at the one given time, you can have one symptom or one or many other symptoms. So if it is only one, also it is important, or if it is associated with multiple syndromes, it is again having the same impact. So we need to look at for not only a single symptom, but also a complication. Yeah, multiple symptoms can be presented at the same time. Next. Yeah. So now those who have admitted in the hospitals with the post-COVID syndrome, they mainly display these 5 different main symptoms, which is listed here. As the fatigue is the one which is like 60%, and the headache, hypertension related one is 44%, and then the attention disorder or the cognitive issues, which contributes more than 30%, hair loss and difficulty to breathe. So this is the main events which is being reported, and this is a multiple, this is a research publication we got it from across the world, and then we have shown that most of the symptoms has been displayed or categorized in this area. Next. And considering the fact that the COVID-19 patient who has been followed up for a period of time, there are some indicators. These indicators are very essential to know that whether you develop a risk factors for the presentation of long COVID or not. And there are few parameters which I am going to list here, and these are very important in producing or causing the long COVID effect. Some of them are the elevated neutrophils. So we have done a clinical trials for patients who have been infected with COVID on and another normal individuals who have not been infected but they are vaccinated. And when we measure the neutrophils, we have seen that there is always an elevated level of neutrophils which is there in the circulating blood for over a period of 6 to 8 months. So whenever you see there is an elevated level of neutrophils in your blood, that is an indicator that your body is having a high state of inflammation. So this neutrophil follow in any occasion, you will always say whether your body is in inflammatory condition or not. Another one is lipocalin 2. This is also another indicator or marker, which is a derivative found in because of neutrophils. And also there is this can be another indicator which is being produced by the podocytes. When the inflammatory molecules are more and more, it damages the podocytes of the kidneys, and these kidneys release this lipocalin 2 marker. So these two markers can be very easily measured either by a regular blood test or by a urine test. Lipocalin is another one. Another one is MMPs, metalloproteinases, particularly MMP2 and 7. These two proteins, they are very capable of releasing these two are zinc related. So whenever there is a deficiency in the zinc, the enzyme activity of this MMP is being altered. As a result, what happens? It directly goes and binds to the epithelial cells of the end organs. In this case of COVID-19, it is lung epithelial cells, and it results in the depletion or detachment of those epithelial cells. As a result, MMP9, which is another protein, which can consequently come there and try to fibrose those particular layer epithelial cells. As a result, your lung gets scarred and the permanent damage in your lung is happening, which results in depletion of most of the alveoli, where the exchange of air doesn't happen at that event. Then hepatocyte growth factor and the elevated D dimer as we check only for COVID, and anemic conditions. The iron conditions is another important factor which is common for our fatigue and all those events. So even depletion of anemia, iron, in any stage, even after infection, it is considered as an important factor where you are suffering for more infection or subsequent infection. Then lipid abnormalities. This lipid abnormalities is also known, particularly in the vaccinated individuals. For those people who are vaccinated, the triglycerides get shooted up immediately, and this goes beyond for a period of 2 to 3 months. So this was an important trigger that some alteration in the lipid metabolism is being happening once the foreign virus or viral-like particles go into your body. Then there is a reduced serum albumin and elevated HbA1c. So glycosylation entity also makes a big difference, which is an indicator for development of diabetes mellitus. Either it can be type 1 or type 2 also. So that also needs to be followed for those people who are infected with COVID. And abnormal liver and kidney function tests, thrombocytus coagulation abnormalities, and even electrolyte abnormalities. So these needs to be regularly followed for those people who have been infected with COVID, and particularly if they are 60 and above, it is advisable to take all these parameters so that you can monitor whether they are under conditions or not. Next. Next. Okay. So now we will see like cardiac related issues. What are the main issues which leads to cardiac? And these are all like clinical trials which has been followed by those patients who have been affected by COVID-19 for a period of 3 to 6 months. And what happens? This example, first one is specifically in a geriatric population that is above 65 years. What happens is the 78% of the patients who are above 60, they have definitely an involvement in the cardiac myocarditis. That is, the cardiac involvement is 78%. and the myocardial inflammation is seen in 60% of the patients. So elderly patients, the study is there, and also even under the category of 40 plus, the Israel country has developed a cohort and clinical cohort and followed up for a period of over 3 to 6 months, and they have found out that myocardial infection is the one of the sequence which is being considered as a COVID-19 sequel after COVID-19 infection, which happens even above the years of 40. And second thing is, even on a healthy athletic cohort, there was another study which really found out even in the sports personnel, 15% of myocarditis is being attributed to the post-COVID syndrome. Another one is 31% of individuals are subjected to the myocardial injury itself. So here what happens is the certain MRI, cardiac MRI studies are being taken out, and they have shown that the modulation, adverse ventricular remodeling happens. The thickening of the ventricular valves are thickened, the muscles are thickened. As a result, the cardiologic function, the impact of pumping efficiency is being altered. So this thing is specifically attributed to the cardiology event. Then also this, once the pumping efficiency of the heart gets changed, as a result, the lung is also being subsumed because the hyperoxic conditions and hyperosmolarity conditions. These two things are altered because of the cardiac function. As a result, the lung function is being compromised. So this is called cardiac induced pneumonia. So this is also seen as a signal of one of the major causes. Next. Next one is diabetes. So this people would have been witnessed when they are getting affected by COVID-19 itself, because the ACE receptors are very much seen in the islets of pancreas. So what happens is when the pancreas cells has these ACE receptors, the virus in the system goes and bound to the ACE receptor, and they start detaching the epithelial cells of the islets of pancreas. So as a result, there is a compromise in the secretion of beta insulin, and also there is the defective function of the pancreas. So due to this compromise, what happens? It happens immediately, and not only immediately it will be reversal, but also after for a long period of time, maybe like after 12 weeks also, this can happen. As a result, the diabetes mellitus, the susceptibility for diabetes mellitus is much more complications. And what you have to do is, you should not take only the sugar levels. There are two specific tests which is called HOMA-IR and HOMA-B. So these two tests will specifically tell you whether you are capable of producing enough amount of insulin in your body. Sometimes what happens, you secrete more amount of insulin, but your cells are not receptive enough to take it up. So this results in an insulin resistance. The other part is the HOMA-B, which is the beta cell function, where they want to know whether your cells are producing enough amount of insulin for the required amount. So there is a balance of these things is needed, and this is very much needed to see the insulin and pro-insulin conversion ratio. So a test like HOMA-IR and HOMA-B will give you really whether you are protected against diabetes mellitus or you are susceptible for diabetes mellitus. So a person who has been hospitalized for COVID-19 is recommended to do this test and see whether diabetes is another condition which can complicate your further disease model. Then another thing is the glycemic abnormalities. These glycemic abnormalities can happen because of your gastrointestinal damage. As I said, there are a lot of viral reservoirs are there in your gut. So these things keep constantly producing some trigger to the host immune system. As a result, there is an inflammatory state being pumped up, and this inflammation state constantly remove the epithelial cells. Along with the epithelial cells, the host gut microbiota is also being shed off. As a result, you have all glycemic abnormalities which can be attributed in the metabolic disorder. Other than that, most of the endocrine abnormalities, these are also being now reported. And subsequently, the subacute thyrotoxicis, Hashimoto thyroiditis in the great patients. These are all the main endocrine disorders which are being attributed exclusively by the COVID. Next. Then another thing what I want to say is, as I said earlier, the cardiology, now the kidney related issues, what are the things what we have seen? And this is mainly because of the mechanical support of the ventilators. The moment you put ventilators for severe disorders, there is a compromise in the blood circulation and the circulatory potential gets pumped up. And this gives an enormous pressure on the kidneys. And the kidneys there lose, and there is a chance of acute renal failure for those people who have a mechanic ventilators. This is for any mechanic ventilation can do this, and COVID aided mechanic ventilation is a subsequent process for acute renal failure. And there are studies that for those people who have acute renal failure, renal replacement has been given for them, and they are able to cope up with the renal replacement. More than like 90%, they have coping up of the renal replacement therapy. And second thing, what they found is the glomerular filtration rate also is being compromised. So this also we can be thinking about why the glomerular filtration rate is big. Mainly the hypoxic and hypermolarity conditions. This will change the protein levels or subsequent lipid levels or the level of immunoglobulins, which is being constantly monitored and upregulated or elevated in the circulation. And the kidney is put under tremendous pressure where they cannot able to filter all these things. So there is a compromise in the glomerular filtration also. Next. Other than that, the immunology aspect, what happens in the immunology? So we have followed up several cohorts, like more than 100 patients who are really infected with COVID, and 100 patients who are only vaccinated, and 100 people who are not vaccinated. We followed them for a period of 6 months, 8 months, and now also for 1 year. So in this 1 year, what we have seen is there is an elevation or activation of 3 different subsets, particularly the immune cell infiltration subsets, particularly the monocytes, neutrophils, and the activated T cells. So these are all found to be elevated for a period of more than 8 months and also in the 12 months period. So this kind of subsequent activation of immune system is not going to be beneficial for post-immune phase. That is what we have seen. Another thing is a constant production of inflammatory cytokines, particularly IL-1 beta, TNF alpha, and IL-6. So these 3 things is also can cause a subsequent considerable amount of damage in a system, not only in the systemic events, but also in the endocrine damage levels. So there is a constant elevated levels of these inflammatory cytokines and inflammatory mediated cells are being reported in patients who are infected with COVID. And this condition is mimicked to some extent in the vaccinated individuals and when compared to the non-vaccinated and non-infected patients. Yeah, next. So as I said, within the monocytes, there are several groups of monocytes, and one particular group is called intermediate monocytes. They have both the molecules of CD14 as well as CD16. The CD14 marker is the major classical monocyte marker, which has the capacity in all the macrophages to do phagocytize the external antigens or pathogens. Whereas CD16 marker is seen for the patrolling behavior. It can move from system to the infiltrate into the endorgan and turn as a resident monocytes or macrophages. So these are both infiltrating macrophages and they can change to a resident macrophage also. So this is called an intermediate macrophage subtype, which is characterized by both CD14 receptor and CD16 receptor. And these markers are supposed to be elevated, which means the system has more and more intermediate monocytes, which are capable of doing a patrolling across the body and also sensing and doing an efficient antigen presentation. That is also one thing which we have found. Not only monocytes, the plasmacytoid dendritic cells. This is another group of cells which can very easily produce type 1 and type 3 interferons. These type 1 type 3 interferons are very essential in killing the intracellular pathogens. So a constant elevated levels of type 1 and type 2 interferons is also seen over a period of 8 months after infection. Then as I said, the effective resolution of inflammation. The inflammatory phase is not coming to the homeostasis at all. It keeps going up or sometimes it retains a plateau region. It doesn't come to the normal base itself. So this is caused mainly because of the effective resolution of information. Thank you. And as I said, the metalloproteinases. So what happens when you have an higher elevated level of metalloproteinases? They directly go and affect the epithelial cells of the any organs wherever it is circulating. So what happens? The epithelial cells are being shrunken and they are subjected to the attack of MMP9, which results in fibrosis. So when the elevated levels of MMPs are there, more and more chances of fibrosis, and there is no study to resolve the fibrosis. Once the scar is being formed, there is no other, because it's not a reversible process. So this higher inflammatory state, particularly TGF beta and IL-6, together with MMPs, will result in scarring of the end organs. And another one is the resident macrophages are replaced by infiltrated monocytes. So here, every organ has some amount of monocytes. That monocytes are told as resident monocytes. Its job is to take care of the end organ. But what happens? The infiltrated monocytes goes there and replace those resident macrophages. The resident macrophage has the potential to develop into whatever it wants related to the organ, whereas the infiltrated monocytes doesn't have the capacity to regenerate or regenerate into what it is needed as per the end organ. So that is another damage which is mainly caused by the infiltrated monocytes. Next. So another thing is some single cell RNA sequencing has also been carried out with the simple biopsies. Punch biopsies has been taken from the bronchial lavage or from the lungs. And in the single cell averages, what they have seen is the 82 potential, that is, there are cells which are capable of regenerating or into modulation for the transformation. They are capable of changing from 83 to 81. So this changing capacity is being altered under the influence of cytokine storm or inflammatory conditions. So this is a new shocking thing where the normal regenerating capacity of the lung is being lost because of high inflammatory conditions. This is one study which from this Columbia or New York, somewhere they have published this one paper, and it is a really a very nice study. So these kind of studies for every organ, it will give what exactly the damage is being caused by the inflammatory conditions is very good to know that. And another one is the CTHRC1 expressing fibroblasts. So these fibroblasts are unique cells which are capable of converting the cells to fiber. So the problem there is once the fibrosis being sets in, the macrophages, particularly the M2B and M2C macrophages, they all change to fibrosis mode and it results in the end organ damage eventually in a period of 5 to 10 years. So once these fibroblasts comes in and sets in into the system, at an end of 6 years to 10 years, the end organ is definitely going to be fibrosis. So there it is the end organ damage is being happened, and this is very well studied in the organs like lungs and kidneys. So that is one thing which shows there is a damage. Another one is, as I said, the TGF beta and IL-6. So these two things are very essential for promoting fibrosis. So our body should not have elevated levels of IL-6. Even a small amount of fever is capable of triggering IL-6. Imagine if you have a sustained fever, you will be secreting more of IL-6 constantly. And this IL-6, when it is an elevated and being sustained in the blood for a long period of time, will favor those fibroblasts and result in the fibrosis of the damaged cells. That is why it is, these are the immunological explanations why it is being very important. Next. So other than that, what we see is like, so the cardiac remodeling, as I said, the ventricular thing is one thing. Now it is called, Sinovac. And what happens is, the heart doesn't pump the blood. So as a result, the blood doesn't reach your brain. As a result, there is a passing out. So the hypoxic condition is being temporarily produced. You become consciousness as a result of low BP. So normally a low BP is being studied, but the low BP doesn't go to a level where your consciousness is being lost. So this is being a newly recognized one, which is being presented by most of the patients who come to the clinic after readmission, saying that I have been passing out for past few times in a week after COVID infection. And when they have been studied in the intensive care, they found out the ventricular modeling of the cardiac muscle is being altered. As a result, hypoxic conditions are triggered in the brain, and there is less amount of oxygen supply to the brain, which make them pass out. That is one thing. Another thing is persistent systemic inflammation. All the markers of inflammation is continuously present in the body, so which is also not good for the system to take. Yeah, next. So most of the immunological recovery studies. So immunology recovery studies is you take the blood from the patient who have been infected with COVID-19, and then you stimulate the antigens, whatever you have from the COVID, and then you see whether they are responding in an antigenic way and whether their host immune system is behaving in a altered manner or a normal manner or in a dysfunction manner. So that are called the immunological recovery studies. So when we carried out with the COVID infected patients, what we have seen here is that the effector T cells and B cells, after stimulation of the specific antigens, the effector T cells and B cells are obtained, and these frequencies are always enhanced. So which means the memory, whatever the immunological system has taken upon infection of any pathogen, particularly the COVID virus, remains for even more than 8 months and 12 months and results in more of the effector cells. And these effector cells has much more damage in the organs. And another thing is the reactive oxygen species ROS levels also is going up, and also the heme related metabolic pathways is being altered. So dysfunction. So these three are considered as very important metabolic dysfunctions where it can result in any endocrine damage. Next. As I said, this immune homeostasis and inflammation homeostasis has to be normalized. Until and unless they come to homeostasis, the inflammatory state is going to be high, and that is not good for the health. Another thing is they have found out this this core glucose, which is being removed from IgG antibodies. So this is one important thing. So when you have this mass spec and GCMS studies, when you perform the normal isolated immunoglobulin and look for the glucose moieties, there is a depletion of this glucose moieties in the immunoglobulins. As a result, what happens? The FC-mediated receptor function of the immunoglobulin is being altered. Instead of having the specificity of the immunoglobulin is being changed. So they have a capability to go and bind to a non-specific places. As a result, the autoimmunity or it can go and bind to self-antigens also. So now we can say that, and this specifically happens of many of the viral entities, and this also happens when it is being specifically found only after the infection of COVID-19 in the past 2-3 years. This is one recent study where physicists of biochemists can look into and see that how a glucose moiety can alter the function of the immunoglobulins. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is one of the study we recently published, which is in anti-inflammatory syndrome in children, where we had like 50-50 cases, 50 COVID infected patients at the time of infection, and then 50 children who have been readmitted to the hospital after 3 months in the name of multi-inflammatory syndrome. And 50 kids were not infected by COVID. So we took all these 50-50 patients and then we looked at the inflammatory profile and see what makes the changes in the multi-inflammatory conditions. And we are challenged with this antigens called RBD antigens and also irradiated the cell lysate of SARS-CoV-2. When we trigger it, we found that this type 1 interferons, type 2 like IL-4 and IL-13, and type 17 IL-17, plus IL-1 alpha, IL-6, IL-P270, and these GMCs. These are all considered as a major inflammatory cytokines. So these cytokines were found profoundly enhanced elevated only in the NAAC cases, not in the COVID infected patients or in the non-infected patients. When they come to the admit to the hospital as NAAC categories, definitely there is an enrichment of all these symptoms. Another thing is, this is all like, they started decreasing after when it was followed up after for 9 months, and they generally start to diminish after 6 to 9 months after infection. And this is, they say that this MC is characterized by enhanced production of cytokines and chemokines, which is associated to the pathogenesis. This is one study we recently got. Another one is next. Here again we have a similar cohort, but what we see is we look for the microbial translation characters. There are some components including the CRP, LPS, and also like we look for the soluble receptor of CD14 and also the alpha-2 microprotein and CRP. So these levels are very essential in estimating the microbial translocation capacity of the virus. So here what we check is the same cohort of MAC infected, COVID-19 infected, and the normal kid. We have seen that these molecules are also elevated when compared to the other two controls. Even when compared to the COVID-19, the MAC cases are significantly higher. So that is what we have to show, that these are definitely altering the pathogenicity of the COVID infected patients, and they are cause for the long-term COVID symptoms. Yeah, next. And the other thing is development of damaging and self-sustaining autoimmune response against self-tissue antigens. This is very well known as a virus reservoir. So whenever any virus comes and infects in your body, they are capable of residing in your body in forms of virus reservoirs. And due to the sustainability of this virus residing in your system, there is an endogenous activation always happening within your system. So the elevated levels of interferon gammas and interferon alphas are being there. As a result, your B cell plasma B cells circulation is being enhanced, and upon them there is a phase of tolerogenic, and they get tolerogenic activity in spleen when they convert from Rho B to B cells, and the B cell will produce an antibody which gets cleared at different stages within before they come and attach the clonal expansion theory. So here also what happens is, normally the self-recognizing capacity or the specificity of antibody loses. As a result, more and more autoantibodies are being produced. And this is called viral mimicry, or other terms known as breakdown of tolerance against self-antigens. Because the B cells will also face the self-antigens, but it has a capability to recognize whether it is self or not. But that kind of discriminating potential is being lost when there is a pressure of high amount of interferon alpha and interferon gamma. That is what we get. Next. Then the Kawasaki like disease is what is known in all the cases where the carotid artery thickening has been formed and there is a crunch in the carotid artery, which is completely another symptom like rheumatoid arthritis symptom, which is now enhanced because of more amount of IL-10 also, which is seen in the case of children's. And autoreactive T cells contribute to the tissue damage, which is also now it is being very much recorded. And the self-reacting clones are also being recorded. Next. So this is the overall schema where I can just put the tabulated in name, where it is like what is the main event which has happened because of viral persistence and the constant elevated levels of inflammation and also the autoimmunity triggers. So these things can directly form pulmonary fibrosis or cardiac remodeling, neuroinflammation and remodeling, and also dysautonomia, which is like all kinds of muscle disorders. As a result, organ damage can happen, and also the exacerbation of under medical and psychotic illness is being reported. Next. And what are the studies which really can give clues exactly like whether it is being viral mediated, particularly COVID-19 mediated? So these are the techniques like we should be following as a biotechnologist. We should know that these can give clues how to understand the pathophysiology of the disease. So one such thing is the single cell RNA sequencing technique, where each cell in an affected environment can give a clear picture of the pathogenesis. Then the proteomic arrays, So given under various conditions, the amount of proteins which is being modulated or being enhanced or being dysregulated. These things can be studied in a given condition, which gives a clear picture about the pathogenesis. Then the multiplex imaging, the CMRI or the MRI scans. When you take it constantly before and after infection or followed up after a period of infection, you can see the changes which is caused really because of the infection. Then spatial transcriptomics. Even by taking sections of your biopsies, from there we can study what are all the important molecules which are being present in the endogens and how the damage is being caused. And virus-specific immunity, there are multiple viruses, and anything you related to do with COVID-19, you can study those things also. And autoantibody detection at various cases, and detection of viral reservoirs. This is also very important. A lot of studies has been done in terms of HIV. Now, similarly, same thing has to be carried out in terms of COVID-19. Next. Yeah, so similar thing like once this research gap is being addressed in NIH, they have formed a new cohort which is called PASS, where they have taken the cohort of people who are infected with virus COVID-19 and who have symptoms like COVID-19, and another group of cohort for normals who doesn't being infected after COVID-19. So this will be the exact clinical cohort where these comparisons can be very well studied, and this is being followed up for a period of 1 year now. It started in 21 and now it is almost 22. And most of the studies are being taken from those kind of products, and which will be an ideal population to see what are the COVID related long-term effects which is being attributed to the COVID. And this study, whatever we have, it is not a pediatric population or an adult population. It is from both the population, and this can be directly applied to the community. And also like cutting edge technologies to decipher the molecular heterogeneity of the post-COVID symptoms are also being studied. The same thing, like we have to know what are the symptoms which gets improved and why it is not being improved if so, and how it is being can be or improved. So those ongoing inflammation or viral related inflammation or complications of COVID or complications related to comorbidities or complications related to the treatment, these needs to be very well identified by the physician, and this will be helpful only with an effort made by the researchers. So until and unless you understand these symptoms, how they are evolved, how they can be treated, then the post complicated situations of this COVID-19 will remain to be black box. Next. Yeah, treatment as such, the minor treatment can be taken care with the existing analgesics, but the major treatment in the lung and cardiac system needs a multidisciplinary approach. Until you have this, your cure can be taken for a long period of time, and this needs definitely a multisystemic approach. It cannot be one particular pulmonologist alone or internal medicine alone. It has to be multidisciplinary until then, and it needs a lot of rehabilitation things for patients who are taking. So at least 6 to 8 months is a advisable term to rehabilitate yourself after the COVID-19 infection. Next. Yeah. So to conclude, we say that multiple markers are there, multiple features needs to be followed up for an infected patient, and if you are above 60 and you are vulnerable for this COVID under the severe conditions, and you are a hospitalized individual, certain things has to be taken care of high priority. And cutting edge technologies can really help you in identifying what are the causes of the post-COVID symptoms. Next. Yeah, thank you. So here what we say is, survival doesn't mean you are recovered from the COVID. So there is a recovery which can be an acute recovery, or it can be a long-term COVID experience. But getting exiting from the highway is not important, but existing in this condition is very important. Yeah. Thank you very much for this. Thank you.
Now it's time for the question session. So, please.
Dr. Ramanu has delivered a very advanced lecture on the post-COVID complications. And also on behalf of all of you, he has provided an opportunity to listen to a very high level scientific deliberation. And hearty congratulations to you. I have been listening to you. I listened to such a very keen deep and very involved, much involvement. It's a very advanced level of presentation, but you must really, I say, fortunate to be exposed to this sort of presentation. You may understand or not very differently, but these are things we have to learn. Many things are there, we may not understand. But in the course of time, if you patiently listen, then you will gradually understand that this is the thing that the lecture in the inaugural session. So my question is that the conclusion is very important. Those who have infected with say COVID-19, now apparently you may be recovered, but he says you are not recovered. That's it. It's not completely recovered. That follow is still with you. You have to be careful. So there is a chance of getting reinfection or some comorbidity or some complication. What is more important is that you have to lead a very disciplined life and keep your mind calm and quiet and do some exercise. Take care of your personal health and everything. Eat and drink in the name of Allah or God. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The students and anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, sir. I used to, when the things are going on, I observe one instant is a process that I like to share. 20 years back, sir used to teach. Today's chief guest is to listen. Now the thing is, the student is giving lecture and sir is the observer. This got developed. Okay, the thing is how their professors contributed. To achieve it and made the student proud to stand before all of us as a scientist. Really, we admire and know the worthiness what the scientists are. Today, the world has come up with a vaccine which in the short period of time is because of the people like Dr. Ramalingam sir who worked hard and sustainably they are working for the scientific community as well as our human welfare. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Over to MCs, please.
Thank you, sir. That was really a very informative lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So if there is no more questions, then I take this. I thank the organizers and I feel very privileged to be here among 9 students and also particularly with my teacher and mentor, Jamal. So he used to teach us very fascinating lesson for us another time. Now such topic is space ecology. It's highly imaginable. So whatever he taught at the time, the future evolution and the space ecology is going to be a reality in soon. Now, due to the climatic changes and all the sustainability or shortage of food is going to go to that level of space ecology is going to be witnessed by every individuals. I think this generation is unfortunate enough to see the transition. So that kind of research was taught to us by Dr. Tiruchirappalli sir in that period of time. So I think hope is there for another 20 years we can appreciate what he has taught is happening. That is what thing, but we don't want to see that even for our generation, the next generation. Things will continue and we take care of our own health in a very respect. Thank this opportunity for the organizers and very happy to be here. Thank you.
Sir will be here for whole day. If you have any queries, you can have personal discussion. Because lack of time, we have to go ahead. Okay. So எத்தனை பேர் புரிஞ்சுன்னு தெரியல சார் கடைசியில கன்க்ளூட் பண்ணது. கடைசியில சார் 20 years back என்ன நடத்துனாங்களோ சப்ஜெக்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் ஈகாலஜி ஸ்பேஸ் பேக்கேஜ் இந்த வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் அந்த சப்ஜெக்டை கரெக்டா சொல்றாங்க. சோ அந்த மாதிரி சார் நடத்திருக்காங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நீங்க இருக்கிற டீச்சர்ஸ் அப்சர்வ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. That is the result you are seeing, the result of the classroom interactions. So this is the learning take home message for you people also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have a short tea break for 15 minutes. And the next lecture will start promptly at 12:15. And there's a gentle reminder to our participants. The participants, those who did not register for the conference, please do register your names. And so that only you'll be getting your certificates, okay? And also you'll be need to sign on your attendance sheet, okay? So please check it out with the members in the registration team, okay? And now we may leave for the break. Thank you.
In research focused on understanding key mechanism underlying the viral infection and modulation immunoparameters, including the complementary system. Some of these significant contributors include RNA virus, such as the Salmonella virus and the Chikungunya virus. Salt is published in more than 25 papers books, and it is the recent obligation and the function of domain rule of CD55 producing the vascular promoting virus complemented of the medication dose. He is a recipient of the Ramal Swami Fellowship Award for the early career research. Such as an eminent person is with the user. I am really proud to introduce him. I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I kindly request Dr. John Bernard Johnson, sir, to address us all in this occasion.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm going to share my slide and I'll be starting the talk soon.
Mute on, mute it. Muted. Speakers. Sir, basically,
Am I audible?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're audible, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. Audible. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, very good afternoon to everybody. And we had a excellent lecture. I was fortunate to listen a little bit, and a very good introduction about SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. So today I'm going to share with you the next couple of minutes on how we can actually, or what are the approaches people have been, employing to target this pandemic of the century. As far as COVID-19 is concerned, everybody is really aware of the severity of this particular viral infection. And it is apt to say that it is a pandemic of the century, because one of the last major outbreak that we had in terms of viral infections was the Spanish flu, or the 1918 Spanish flu. And I don't know how many of you are aware, even our country was really affected at that time because we had the World War I, and a lot of soldiers were returning. We witnessed scenes just like what we are seeing for SARS-CoV-2 here from 2020 onwards. The same thing way back in 1918 to 1920, that time. So we had significant mortality. And interestingly, both of these viruses are respiratory viruses. So in the next couple of minutes, I will just briefly introduce you. Although the speaker had already introduced you to the SARS-CoV-2 and this COVID-19, I'll briefly walk you through that. And I will tell you about some of the approaches that is being done. And I will share with you in the last couple of minutes on innovative approaches that we have to come up with. And some data on our studies with Chandipura virus and why it is significant for this particular topic, that also I'll be sharing with you. Yes. So I'm a virologist, and I have been working with a lot of viruses, and this is a very nice cartoon I could get from one of the reviews by Zhu et al. So it is very interesting as to how we interact with these viruses and how they spread, etc. We have heard, as far as SARS-CoV-2 is concerned, it's like a live television thing for most of you people. And you know that how it emerged, a lot of rumors as to how it is spreading and etc. So one thing that we all need to have in mind is all these viruses, they're all part of this natural microbiome. So there are some viruses that are uniquely present, pathogens like bacteria and fungus, etc., are habitat our skin, our organs, like especially the intestine, etc. We know that we all have a microflora. So similarly, there is all animals, like they all have their own microflora. So the bats are not a culprit, and they, fortunately or unfortunately, they harbor a lot of these viruses. A few examples that is well documented as that of the Ebola virus, and more recently, all of you would have heard about Nipah virus, and obviously coronavirus as well. So this is part of the natural microflora of these animals, and we shouldn't be blaming the bats for this. But a lot of other factors come into play. There are a lot of environmental changes that we are seeing around globally, and this has a significant effect on how these virus infections are transmitted from one species to the other. So it is when there is a significant jump from these species, cross-species infection or transmission is a big problem. And that is what we saw in the case of SARS-CoV-2 as well. So we are not new to the SARS or the coronavirus infections. It has been documented earlier also. One of the first earlier emerging variants or type is the SARS-CoV, which came around 2000s, etc., 2000, 2003, especially in Hong Kong and those areas. And it had the same amount of devastation that you see here, but fortunately, it was restricted so well. And more recently, we had the MERS-CoV, which was, identified in Saudi Arabia. And the primary, it was like a zoonotic transmission, and the dromedary camels were the ones which were known to harbor these viruses. And we got the jump from camels, from bats to camels, and then from there to humans actually. And that also was a scary situation. But fortunately, it was we could contain that virus infection. But in the case of SARS-CoV-2, the spread has been global, and I don't need to really explain much about how devastating this infection has been. So whenever something new comes up, we are not really quite prepared for this kind of infections. How this infection is going to target us, and what is the outcome of this? I mean, what is the pathogenesis of this virus? This is something, a real mystery. So, we are like as if going into the dark, and then we don't have the necessary tools to immediately diagnose this kind of infections. Like we might not immediately have approaches to treat these virus infections. We don't have a vaccine at hand. That is a problem with newly emerging viruses. So we try to improvise with whatever current technologies that we have, and then we try to target this virus right from diagnosis all the way to treating this virus infection. So, and then like in the case of SARS-CoV-2, we had spread from the community, and we had earlier transmissions which was of nosocomial origin, hospital, from patient to doctors, from patient to others, caretakers, etc. And then we all know about the classical symptoms that are associated with the SARS-CoV-2 infection. So in a nutshell, it's all interconnected. The environment, the animals that live in, and etc. So it's all interconnected. And when there is a slight imbalance in any of this, we are prone to get such kind of infections, and we can get much more infections like this in the future, because it's like we are just walking into the blind and walking blind into the dark, and then we don't know what are the viruses that are out there. So as far as this SARS-CoV-2 is concerned, it belongs to the genus beta coronavirus, and it's a spherical virus. It's an enveloped virus, and it has a characteristic genome, which is a positive sense single-stranded RNA. So as far as the viruses are concerned, there are many ways of classifying the viruses. Many of you must have heard about the Baltimore system of classification, but more recently, like the very well recognized system of classification is the ICTV classification. So again, these are some things I want to really highlight too. We had some issues like, okay, there was issues when we told people were telling Wuhan virus, etc. There was some regional things that came into fore. But so the ICTV always takes care that it is very scientifically characterized and labeled, etc. And as and when the data emerges more about these viruses, it would be classified further and fit into the right categories. So it is an enveloped virus. So there are viruses that don't have an envelope, and this envelope is usually taken from the host. The virus infects the host, it replicates in the cell, and as the virus replicates and buds out, it forms a progeny virion. It actually takes the envelope, the lipid bilayer, from the cells or from the host that it infects. But in the case of this virus, like SARS-CoV-2 and any other virus, the processing in the case of SARS-CoV-2 actually takes place in the cytoplasm. So we have the Golgi network, we have the endoplasmic reticulum that is important. So the viral genes are synthesized, the early transcripts are there, and then the proteins are generated. So to very simplistically speaking, all you need to know in this audience is that there are structural proteins and non-structural proteins. Like in the case of SARS-CoV-2, we have the spike protein, which all of you should be familiar by now. Then we have the M protein matrix, the envelope protein, and the nucleocapsid core. So the nucleocapsid protein is actually closely associated with the viral genome. And the spike protein is actually decorated on the surface of the virion. And it has this S1 domain and the S2 domain, and then you have the inner core. So there are furins that are present in the host cell, which can actually clip between S1 and S2. So in the case of S1, I would like to highlight here, is it binds to the receptor. So here again, because our talk is about SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, I'm going to highlight how important it is to know some things about the virus, because we can come up with novel strategies to actually target this virus. So the most challenging thing for a virologist as such, or any person who works with viruses, that to identify the receptor. So it's like finding like a diamond or something like that. It's very challenging. Even though there's so much of progress has been made, there are a lot of viruses for which we really don't know what are the receptors that are involved. Fortunately, in the case of SARS-CoV-2, we had some information already from the SARS-CoV. And fortunately, this virus also uses the ACE2 receptor. Okay, and then there are multiple receptors that are being implicated. So, but as and when more and more data emerges, we'll know. But one receptor for sure that we know is the ACE2 receptor. And so the TMPRSS2, which is again a protease, actually is very important as well. Okay, it's very critical for the fusion mechanism of the virus, of the protein, and then later on the rest of the processes that takes place in the cell. So it is very important to identify culture conditions, to adapt the virus, to culture the viruses in vitro, to identify receptors that the virus can bind. Why is it important? Because we can have a two-pronged effort. Identification of receptors is very important because you can come up with a lot of molecules that can actually compete with these receptors and selectively bind to these receptors. So it's always a challenge to come up with an antiviral or something like that. So that is what I'll be talking a little bit about. That is, now there are a lot of drugs that are available, and many of the drugs that are there from various uses, maybe for kidneys related disorders, heart related disorders, lung related disorders, etc. There are a lot of drugs that is out there. So again, we are facing a pandemic, and it is such a new thing, and there are people, we are losing people to this virus infection, like in thousands. So the thing is, like, how do you go ahead and try to find something that can do that? So people have started going and looking into these libraries of these drugs which have been, and they are trying to see if something can be done about that. And that is why during the course of COVID, you must have seen that a lot of drugs people were telling, like, malaria, anti-malaria drugs, retroviral drugs, remdesivir, etc. So the knowledge is limited as to how this is precisely acting and whether it can have a protective role against the virus or not. It is not known. But the thing is, like, now more and more details are emerging about the virus that gives us a rationale to really investigate into this available repository of drugs, which are either in use for some kind of treatment or they have just been shelved. So this process is called as repurposing of drugs. And this is one of the novel approaches, or this is one of the most recognized approaches people have been taking in order to target an infection like SARS-CoV-2. So as I told you, the targeting this virus is not virus specific, but it's also with respect to the disease. We had all the nice, beautiful talk given by the previous speaker on post-COVID symptoms, and then comorbidities, and then the involvement of the immune mechanisms, etc., which are playing some very important role in the overall disease manifestation related to SARS-CoV-2 infection. So in this cartoon, what is very clear is here in this cartoon is that what are the different areas that we can target. So one of the thing is surely virus specific, that is replication and spread. How can you block the virus replication? Can we target the N protein? Can we target the replication process within the cell? That is a very important thing. The second thing is the spread. So this is where the drugs that are targeted to the receptors, etc., to which the virus binds. Can we have a small molecule? Can we have a drug that can go and bind to this ACE2 receptor, can compete with it, and then slow down the virus spread, so that it gives a chance for the immune system to take care of this virus infection? So this is one very good approach. But then there is the big problem where the host itself goes into overdrive. So that is what we see in the case of a lot of viral infections that are really deadly in nature. Like for example, a very good example, a very simplistic example we can say is the case of the dengue virus actually. Dengue virus infections, like what you can see is like you can have a serotype that infects you, and then if you get a different serotype again, a recurrent infection with a different serotype, then because of non-specific binding antibodies, the whole immune system goes into overdrive because of the immune complexes that are formed, etc. And also it has been very well established in many other virus infection. Another classical example is that of the influenza virus infection, especially the pandemic flu, where you can actually see that the host immune system actually goes into an overdrive. And this is something that we really witnessed in the case of SARS-CoV-2. So we have actually hyperinflammation, we have coagulopathy, vasculopathy, hypoxia, and organ failure, which comes at a later point of time. These are many of these symptoms that are associated with this virus infection, which are host oriented. So on the right, you can see, yes, vaccines top the list. And as far as any viral infection is concerned, you are really interested. Can we come up with a vaccine that is quite reliable and that you can really target? So this is where, again, I want to highlight about the approaches. I'm not going into much of the details, but I want to really, you people to really think about what are the things that is available and what are the things that you can come up with. So far from what I have discussed with you, there are two things that you can really think of. One is from the virus point of view, like the biology of the virus, how it interacts with the host, how the replication process happens. Are there targets that you can identify within the process of the virus biology that you can slow down the virus? That is an option. That's an area where we need to really focus on. The second, where a lot of clinicians, a lot of researchers are involved, is again the host response to this virus infection. So this is again a very hot area, and a lot of things have been done. So, and one of the very beautiful things that came, so usually vaccines or any drugs, it takes a lot of time to get all the regulatory body clearances, like FDA clearance, etc., takes minimum 10 to 20 years for a vaccine, because there are issues associated with vaccines. And there is a lot of misconception about vaccines as such. There are people who support vaccines. There are people who oppose vaccines. And what one has to be very clear about is the response to a vaccine can vary from individual to individual. The immune make of an individual and the immune response of an individual is so distinct. So there can be adverse effects in some individual. Because there is an adverse effect in some individual, you cannot say that the vaccine has failed. There can be poor response to a vaccine. Okay, so what I wanted to highlight here is the mRNA vaccine. Right, the mRNA vaccine is a very good example. It was more like, way back, it was more like an academic thing, the mRNA vaccine. Now, when we were really pressed with a problem and the search to find vaccines to really target these kind of virus infections, we were ready to take up mRNA vaccine, and it has proved to be really, really fantastic. And then another thing is, like, there's always a paranoia about whether we can tap viruses per se for infections, for treating infections. This concept has been there academically for a long period of time. But now, you must have heard about gene therapy and a lot of approaches. So people look with a lot of skepticism on the use of viruses to target viruses or any other disease, etc. So now, again, the SARS-CoV-2 infection or the spread of the pandemic actually gave a good opportunity for people to really look at viruses as real, very good tools. So the very good example is like the Covishield, which we have been taking, and the Sputnik, etc., have adenovirus backbones. And so, these go through very stringent measures of how less can we minimize the impact of the virus per se. So the rounds of replication is very limited, maybe one single round replicating viruses. And again, there are a lot of problems associated with it. So this is a lot of innovative area that has come up, and there is room for more improvement. So vaccines per se. Then other than that, we also heard like different kinds of approaches. One is like passive immunotherapy, and you must have heard about transferring plasma from people who are recovered from SARS-CoV-2 to really boost the response, etc. And it came up with varied success. So this is all expected. But there are also other approaches people have come up with, like kinase inhibitors. Then there is cytokine therapy. So this is what I was talking to you about, the hyperinflammation, the cytokine storm that actually takes place. So how do you really stop this? And this is what, and this again, this concept is not new. Okay, like in the West especially, like for cases like rheumatoid arthritis and for psoriasis and things like that, the West is moving towards a treatment option called as biologics. So biologics are maybe antibodies or small molecules which can actually bind to pro-inflammatory cytokines. So like you can have the classes of cytokines like pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory cytokines. The pro-inflammatory cytokines are something that is very essential for protecting our system from a lot of infections, a lot of pathogens. And the anti-inflammatory cytokines are very important in regulating pro-inflammatory cytokines. But it becomes a problem when the pro-inflammatory cytokines become or go into an overdrive mode, and then there's a storm. Then it becomes very damaging to the host immune system. So there are biologics that people have started using, and that again, the concept is not new, but in the case of COVID response also, this is something that has emerged. Then all the other things that I have mentioned here, that is the engineered product, novel products to actually target specifics of the host or against the virus. Cell-based therapy is another one that I wanted to highlight. So you must have heard about people recovering from HIV infections, etc., especially in Germany and the United States. There have been sporadic reports of patients recovering where they have done bone marrow transplantation. So there are people who are genetically, resistant to some of these infections. I can tell very strongly in the case of HIV, where there are active groups, there are people in the world who are immune to HIV infection. So, when you actually transfer the bone marrow or the specific immune cells from the people who are really resistant to this infection to the people who are really susceptible to infection, they have seen, and it has been proved scientifically, that not only do the patients recover in their health status, but also they recover from the virus infection, and they continue to live for years completely free of this virus infection. So those are some of the emerging therapies that is coming into foreplay. So then we have the non-specific therapy or non-canonical therapy, where a lot of other things like drug repurposing, etc., those are some things that you can categorize under them. And one thing I would really like to focus on is complement inhibition. I'm really focusing on that, not because I just work on it, but the idea of complement system and how it can be a problem in many instances is very much underappreciated, at least here in our country. So the complement system, for those who are not aware of this, is a part of the innate arm of the immune system. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I'm just going to walk you through this one. Okay, so the complement system per se actually gets activated through three major pathways, namely the classical pathway, the lectin pathway, and the alternative pathway. So one of the interesting pathways here is the alternative pathway, which maintains a basal level of activation throughout, so that any influx of pathogens is actually restricted by this alternative pathway. But when there is a stimuli, it is actually triggered. So in the case of the lectin pathway, unique sugars that is present on the pathogens actually trigger that pathway. And in the case of the classical pathway, the immune complex actually triggers this particular pathway. So I'm not going to go into much of the details, but what you have to understand is the complement system has always been thought of as, it proceeds down this cascade of proteins. It's predominantly present in the serum, on the blood, and then it goes and forms pore-forming complexes, which can punch holes into bacterial surface, viral surfaces, and lyse bacteria. But now, over the last 20, 30 years, what people have learned is that the complement system, every single component of the complement system plays a very important role, and they determine the response of the host to infections. So there are a lot of receptors, complement-specific receptors present on antigen-presenting cells like dendritic cells, macrophages, etc. And the binding of these can actually trigger pro-inflammatory responses, which can have a damaging effect on the host. So a very classical example that we can talk of is in the case of chikungunya virus that we are working on, where it was shown very elegantly in the case of a closely related alpha virus, which is a closely related chikungunya virus called a Ross River virus, where it was shown the presence of complement. You must have all heard about people who are affected with chikungunya virus, right? So they have joint issues, they have pain months, years after the infection. So it is basically one of the key players here is complement system. Hyperactivation of complement actually results in the damage to the joints, okay, and muscular tissue, etc. So this is a big problem. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight here, the complement system, when it gets activated, say in this case during SARS-CoV-2 infection, the complement studies are coming in, a lot of papers are coming in about the role of complement. We have also started working on some of these aspects. What we see is that the virus can actually activate complement, and one of the few key components that come here, that is C5a. You see the arrow that I'm pointing to, C5a, C3a, C4a. Okay, so these are small cleavage products that are generated when the complement system gets activated, and these are potent anaphylotoxins. So you know what anaphylotoxins do, right? They can enhance phagocytosis, diapedesis, migration of antigen-presenting cells to the site, then pro-inflammatory responses. So thus the complement system is considered as a bridge between the adaptive and the innate arm of the immune system. Okay, we used to tell about that, but now we have strong scientific evidence which tells about that. So again, I'm trying to talk to you about complement. This particular activation process, right, can actually be very detrimental. So especially in transplant field, it is very well recognized that complement proteins are very important for graft rejection actually. So there is another aspect. You might be wondering, so if the complement system is a good system and also a harmful system, how do we survive? How do we actually counter this one? There are another group of proteins that are present in the system called as the regulators of complement activation. So these proteins actually prevent, or whenever there is unprecedented activation, they will limit that activation. Okay, and so here, this is where it gets very interesting, because the viruses, say I've worked with Nipah virus, etc., they hijack the regulatory mechanism of the complement system and they try to survive the complement activation. They don't get neutralized at all. So you see how fascinating these viruses are. They not only cause all this pathogenesis, but they have found unique ways to actually overcome the complement system. And same way, the many arms of the immune system, viruses are known to modulate. I'm not going to go into much into this detail. So in the case of SARS-CoV-2, it is now well recognized that the complement activation also has a very important role in the disease, the overall disease of this individual. And the prognosis is poor whenever there is some deficiencies in complement in terms of SARS-CoV-2 infection. Much needs to be done, and you will be seeing that much more exciting data is coming out. So that there has also been a proposal, and it's also been approved, that you use drugs, especially targeting the anaphylotoxin C5a, C4a, etc., especially C5a, so that they don't bind to the cognitive receptor and do the downstream signaling, resulting in pro-inflammatory responses. So I have just given you an overview of how SARS-CoV-2 is a big problem, or coronaviruses per se itself are a big problem. This is not only to SARS-CoV-2, but other viruses too. And I have shown you how novel approaches have come. And I have highlighted to you about the importance of the complement system and other immune mechanisms that are very important, that are playing a good role, but also having a devastating role, resulting in poor prognosis in the case of SARS-CoV-2. And this is where I want to spend the next couple of minutes talking about innovation as to how to think of new approaches to target emerging viral infections. So this is not totally related to that, but how we are tapping the virus potential. One of the areas, so here, before I move to that, this is a very beautiful slide. You see almost like more than 23 targets from the host side, it has been identified as in response to SARS-CoV-2. And if you can see that most of these are immune are pro-inflammatory cytokines and then immune mediators. So this right section completely is complement, and the key players here is again anaphylotoxins and all these components like, the pore-forming complex, C3b, the central molecular complement system, and all the other key players. Similarly, if you take dendritic cells, NK cells, macrophages, so these are all targets that people have identified, and there are a lot of data is emerging where we can actually target to minimize the damaging effect of the host during SARS-CoV-2 infection. So it should be a two-pronged approach. Target the virus and also target the host so that you balance it out so that there's a better prognosis for the patient actually. So in the next few minutes only, I'll talk to you about some things that we have been doing, which I think is the way that we have to think about in creating new systems to target viruses. So it's very well recognized that viral vectors are very important, not only in terms of targeting viruses. You take a deadly virus, okay, and you want to target it. So you take a simple virus, and then which is not pathogenic, and then you engineer it in such a way that you can use it as a vaccine, just like in the case of SARS-CoV-2, we are seeing adenovirus infection, adenovirus is being used, but also to use deadly viruses, to actually attenuate them and then use them as vectors to target viruses. And in our case, we are going in the direction, but I'm going to share with you some data on how we can use these viruses to target cancer. And this is an emerging area called as oncolytic virotherapy. And as far as the cancers are concerned, I'm not going to go into much details. All of you know about that. And so the incidence rate as of 2020 shows more than 19 lakhs, 292,000, etc. And then mortality itself close to 9 lakhs plus. And this is going really bad. And there have been, really fantastic approaches in treating cancers that has evolved over this last couple of decades, actually. Surgery, radiation, and now we are going to really innovative ways of targeted therapy, and then also, next generation target therapy, then immunotherapy, etc. And also we are thinking of options of chemotherapy in combination with others, etc. But what I want to say here is, it still is not enough. We still have cancer as a big problem. We still have viral infections as a problem. So there's always room for innovation. There's always room for coming up with newer approaches. And this is where this highlight is very important. From WHO, by around 2040, we can expect close to 28.9 million cases of cancer patients, actually, which is at 2020, it's around 19.3 million cases. You see the jump, and this stresses the need for developing newer approaches. So this is where a new approach has come up, and which over the last couple of maybe 1 or 10 years or 20 years, which has got wider recognition, especially in the West and including China and other countries, is to tap the potential of viruses to actually target cancers. So this approach is called as oncolytic virotherapy. Okay, so the idea here is, when a normal cell is there, okay, like if you take a normal cell, the virus will infect, and the host cells will mount a response which can actually restrict the virus infection. But if you take the tumors or the cancer cells, how do they survive? They are actually, trying to evade the immune system. So their immune responses are all completely messed up. So now the idea is, okay, now the immune system is messed up in the cancer cell. Why not I take a virus like a cytopathic virus, a virus that can actually target the cancer cells, grow in the cancer cells, and kill the cancer cells by lysing them. I take it and introduce into these tumors. When I do that, what will happen? Lot of antigens are masked in the tumor cells. Those neoantigens are expressed. The virus itself is antigenic in nature. So you can get all the other immune players to come into play. The virus will kill the tumor cells. The leftover tumor cells can also be cleared efficiently by the immune players, other immune players in the system. The use of viruses to target cancers is not new, but people have experimentally tried this. But the problem was that a lot of these viruses were wild type viruses. Okay, and like the 1896, 1949 to 1956, and all this era, it was wild type virus, and it always had problem. People could, you could clear cancer, but people used to die due to the infection. Some of them used to die due to the infection. But now the whole scenario has changed. We have stepped into an era where we are going to attenuate the virus. Okay, attenuation means the pathogenic virus is silenced so that it's not pathogenic anymore, and then you use that to target cancers. So the FDA has approved, like way back in 2005, China approved an oncolytic vector, and then FDA also approved very recently in 2015 TVEC for melanoma and other kind of instances of cancer. So as far as this one is concerned, you want to protect the virus so that it can be delivered to the target site. You make it more specific. You make it, you modulate it, you attenuate it so that it's not pathogenic anymore. Okay, and that way you can specifically target the tumor. We also started working in that direction. So this slide actually shows you the lot of viruses that people have been using to study this kind of for oncolytic virus therapy, which includes adenovirus, backbones, herpes simplex virus, pox viruses, reoviruses, etc. In my laboratory, we are focusing on Chandipura virus, which is very closely related to rabies virus. Okay, and I'm not going into much details, but it has a typical bullet-shaped structure, and it belongs to the genus vesicular virus and family Rhabdoviridae. Okay, it also causes neurological symptoms, especially in pediatric cases, and it can also cause mortality in children. Although in the case of adults, mortality has not been very well reported, but mostly the deaths occurs in the pediatric population. So now we are taking this virus, which is a cytopathic virus, which can infect a cell, and the due course of replication, it can just actually come out and then kill the cells as well. So don't be confused with or be perplexed with this slide here. What we took is, we took cancer cell lines of human origin. Okay, like for example, U138, A549, HeLa, FG2, PC3, all these are different cancer cell lines of human origin from different sites. And then we took a control HADF cells. Okay, forget about the high concentrations of virus. MOI is actually a concentration of virus. 1, 5, 10 is increasing concentration. But what I want you to focus on is a very low concentration of 0.1 MOI. You can see across the cancer cell lines, you can see a lot of cell death. The red means more cell death, and the green means more survival. If you look at the normal cells, they are surviving this infection. But if you look at all the cancer cells, a lot of them are dying out, more dead cells. And this is a classical example of called the MTT assay, where you can really appreciate what I just now told. Look at the normal cells at 0.1 MOI. There's almost like 100% of the cells are viable. But look at all the cancer cells. Even at a very low concentration of the virus, they're all dying out. So, and this shows, this is a Western blotting experiment, which actually shows that the virus output, the growth of the virus itself is delayed. Look at the normal human, adult dermal fibroblast cells. You can start seeing viral proteins only after 36 hours of infection or 48 hours of infection. Whereas all the cancer cells, you can see viral protein as early as 12 hours post-infection. The virus can infect the normal cells, but it will be restricted. Now, we want the immune system to be really potent and block this viral infection. So what do you do? When a virus infects a cell, it induces the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So in this experiment, what we are trying to do is like we are doing the induction process by actually supplying interferon beta. And what is very important here is look at this, the cells that we have boxed, half of the cells are dead and gone. That is why the black area, very few green cells and no red cells because all of the cells have died. But if you look at the other cells, like lot of red cells you see, but look at the cells that has been treated with interferon, normal cells, the normal cells are protected. So this is our goal. The normal system, the normal host should be protected, but specifically we need to target the cancer cells. So again, when you do the viability assay by MTT assay, what you can see is that in the case of the normal cells, okay, they are really viable. But in the case of the other cancer cells, especially look at U138, which is of it's a glioblastoma cell line. Completely, the cells are dead. Okay. Now, in order to validate this, what we did is like we did an in vivo challenge experiment where we established a tumor. And because the glioblastoma cells are very good, so we took those cells, we implanted the tumor, and then we challenged this tumor by injecting virus into the tumor. Okay, that is the simplistic scheme that I have shown you here. And here what you can see is like the circle bars are those where the tumors were challenged with the virus, and those square bars that you see here are those where we challenged or we just treated the animals with PBS. You can see the tumor is growing, and the images on the right is a very good example where you can see in the PBS where there is no virus treatment, you can see the tumors are all real big, whereas in those where we had actually challenged with the virus, the tumors are regressing or small. And this is a very nice histopathology thing. Don't be confused by that. All I want to see is the top A, B, C panels are actually tumor slices where you can see the richness of the cells, okay, dense, rich cells, and the arrows is actually showing blood vessels actually, because in tumors there is angiogenesis. But look at the D, E, F slides. You see this, the density of the cell is less, there is a lot of vacuoles, so that shows the virus is actually clearing the tumor cells. And if you give a longer period of time, the tumors will completely regress. So what I have shown you so far in this particular segment is that we can take viruses, even deadly viruses, and we can tap their potential. We can modify them, we can attenuate them, and you can use it for some deadly diseases like cancer or some things like this, where there's very difficult treatments like brain cancers, especially glioblastoma, etc. It's really difficult to target. Prognosis is poor, and there we have a ray of hope in using such kind of approaches. So although this is a COVID talk, I wanted to highlight this study of ours is we have to be innovative enough in trying to come up with approaches. We will have lot of issues that come up in the future as well. But if we are prepared with approaches, we will be just like the mRNA vaccine. It came in handy, just handy when we needed it. Okay, what better way to target a viral infection or any of these newly emerging things? So that's all I have for you today. And I would like to acknowledge our directors, former and the current directors, and the other people who were involved in the study. And I would also like to acknowledge the funding from CSIR, DBT, DST, and RGCB for funding our programs. So that's all I have. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer them for you now.
Sir, are we audible, sir? Sir, can you hear us, sir? அன்மியூட்ல இருந்தா கேக்கும்.
Sir, can you hear us, sir?
Hello, madam. It's not audible actually. Okay, okay, sure.
Students, do you have any doubts so far? So that we could explain. Sir, are we audible, sir? Sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you hear us now?
Sir, can you hear us now? Are we audible, sir? நாங்க டெக்ஸ்ட்ல பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம். அப்படி இருந்தாலுமே அந்த தலைமை மாதிரி போட்டு டைப் பண்ணி தேங்க்ஸ் இட் வாஸ் வெரி இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவ்.
Online participants, are you able to hear me? Do you have any queries regarding our lecture? Could anyone please respond?
Hello, madam.
To all today,
Actually,
மேம் யாருக்குமே கேட்கல மேம். ஆன்லைன் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ்க்கு நோ ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் மேம்.
Now I think I can hear you. There's some noise I can hear.
Sir, can you hear us now?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sir, that was really a very informative lecture, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so any queries from the students and participants? Thank you, sir. We're not clear with your lecture.
Okay. Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I think the audience are welcome to write to me also. if there are any questions and for any discussions, you are welcome to write to me. I think you can get the email address from the organizers or from RTCB website, and you're welcome to interact. And yeah, I would like to actually, if there are no questions, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. And it's kind of like a small homecoming for me also, because I did my master's at St. Joseph's College, Trichy. And so I used to know Jamal, Mohamed College, Bishop Heber, and all these places. So it is such a wonderful, although it's online, but I maybe look forward to coming sometime there in person. And my only one thing I would like to tell the students per se is like you have to be much more interactive and come up and think a lot of innovative ways. A lot of exciting things to be done, and a lot of exciting research that can be done. And we'll never know when all the simple questions that you ask. And if you don't be hesitant to clarify your doubts, don't be hesitant to interact with people. And that is very vital for you to grow as scientists or as people who are in the field of science. So all the best, and thank the organizers for putting together a very fantastic meeting. And if that's all, I would like to sign off.
Thank you, sir. Online participants, can you hear me?
Yes,
Are we
ma'am.
audible? Here's a gentle notice for you. The oral presentation participants are requested to So here the notice for the oral presentation, the offline participants are requested to be in the biotechnology department gallery, okay, by 2 p.m. after lunch, okay. Okay, and the lunch, it is also, we've also arranged the lunch in the Department of Biotechnology, and the room number for the other students, the outside participants, is LH 184. The volunteers are there, they'll be guiding you, okay? Thank you. And then our college students, the third UG Biotechnology, the room number is LH 183 in our department. And then first PG students as well as third years, okay, third BSc Biotechnology. And LH 181 is for staffs and the other staffs from the colleges, and LH 182 for the first years and the second years. Michael. For the other students, the other participants, it's LH 184, Department of Biotechnology. Volunteers are there, they'll be guiding you. The online participants, I request you to be back by 2 p.m. after your lunch. You have your oral presentation session. Okay. The lecture 3, sorry. So the lecture 3, the plenary, the lecture 3 will be continued at 2 p.m. and I request all of you to join after your lunch. Okay, thank you all.
சரி நம்ம பிள்ளைங்களாவது வரணும்.
Good afternoon. Once again, I welcome you all back to the session. Online participants, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, so let's begin the session. The pole of science is nothing more than a refinement of everyday thinking. Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. Now, I kindly request Mrs. S. Geeta Andriama to introduce our chief guest.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chief guest of today's program, Dr. Mohamed, a cancer biologist and professor in the Department of Microbiology and Cell Biology, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Sir has completed his PhD in bacterial genetics from Madurai Kamraj University under the guidance of Dr. Tiruchirappalli and did his postdoctoral training at the Northwestern University and University of Pennsylvania in cancer biology. He joined the Indian Institute of Science as a member of faculty in the Division of Biological Sciences. Subsequently, Sir became an assistant professor in the Department of Microbiology and Cell Biology and continues his association there. He also leads the research group popularly known as Professor Mohamed Somasundram's lab. He is well known for his studies in the therapeutics of glioblastoma. His work is centered around the studies of oncoviruses, tumor suppressor genes, gliomas, and microRNAs, and he is involved in advanced research in glioblastoma, which is an aggressive form of cancer affecting the brain. Sir has undertaken many research programs in cancer biology, which includes the Indian Institute of Sciences initiative in cancer biology and therapeutics. He has more than 95 publications in reputed journals and 2 books. The most incredible thing about our chief guest is that he has got 8 patents to his credit, and his most recent patent is for developing a prognostic kit for detecting the rate of survival in glioblastoma patients in the year 2016. He is elected as a fellow of 3 major Indian Science Academies, National Academy of Science, Indian Academy of Sciences, and Indian National Science Academy. The Department of Biotechnology of the Government of India has awarded him the National Bioscience Award for Career Development, which is one of the most prestigious Indian science awards. Such an eminent person is amidst us today, and I'm really honored to introduce you, sir. I welcome you to take over the session.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible the camera facing the podium is directed towards the audience? I can see them. Is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it would be nice to see the audience while I speak.
Yes, sir, we are working on it, sir.
Okay, please do that. While you guys do that, let me start my talk. Thank you for such a long, nice introduction. Sorry, I don't know the name of the professor who introduced me. Thank you very much. And let me also thank Dr. Benazir Begum for inviting me to this conference, and also members of the organizing committee, faculties, and principal of Jamal Mohamed College. I thank you again. And first of all, Jamal Mohamed College is not new to me, even though I have never been to the college physically, since I have studied in Bishop Weber School, Tepakulam in Trichy. I'm very much aware of Jamal Mohamed College, and also somebody known to me also studied in the college. I'd be very happy to come in the future, physically visit the college and give yet another talk if a situation arises. I would be happy to do that. So let me begin my talk. So for that, I need to share my slides. Okay, so. Okay, is my slides visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my slides in starter mode?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are not able to direct the camera to the audience, right? So far. Okay, fine. I hope you are able to see me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You do it, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, how many of you are there in the audience? Hello? How many of you are there in the audience? In the hall?
Sir, there are more online participants, and also here we have 50 of them.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Just to get a feel of how many of you are watching me or listening to me. That's the reason. Okay. Thank you. The title of my talk, the principle and applications of next generation DNA sequencing and the implications of that information in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. So students, particularly, if not the teachers, may be wondering, why should I want to talk about a technique, okay, rather than some information or biology related to SARS-CoV-2, the causative organism of COVID-19. Okay, there are some reasons why I took this particular topic. Okay, let me explain in the next 2 slides reason why I wanted to introduce the principle behind the next generation DNA sequencing, and then you will appreciate the choice of this particular topic for my talk. So you all might have seen this paper published about 22 years ago. Your teachers may know, most of the students in the college and participating in this conference maybe may not have born, or you may have been just born. Okay, it was in the year 2001, the first ever whole genome sequence of human genome was published in 2 different journals. One group published in Science, another group published in journal Nature. This was February 2001. You're talking about 22 years ago. Okay, so I'm going to show you in the next slide. Okay, the technology which is followed to do this first ever human genome sequencing. Compare that with what is the technology today used if you were to sequence one new human genome. Okay, so the time taken then and time taken now. Number of people involved then, number of people record now. Amount of money used to sequence one genome then 22 years ago versus today, 22 years later today. So I'm going to compare these 2 conditions, 2001 versus 2022, make you to appreciate, okay, so that you can understand, yes, I would like to know the principle behind next generation DNA sequencing. Okay, so now you look at here, back then, Dr. Benazir Begum, please tell me if I'm not audible. If any of you are not able to follow, if there are any issues with the slides, please let me know, because unless someone tells me, it's very difficult for me to know whether my talk is going all right. Is it okay?
We are all clear so far, sir.
Okay. Back then in 2001, the whole human genome, one human genome is about 3.2 GB. I will explain to you in a couple of slides down the line how big 3.2 GB is. But 3.2 GB essentially refers to 23 chromosomes. Okay, 23 pairs of chromosomes. Basically, when you sequence a human genome, you sequence one set of chromosomes. So 23 chromosomes you sequence. That is what corresponding to 3.2 GB. And the time it took to sequence the first genome is 10 years. So even the sequence was published in the year 2001, the effort started in the year 1991. Okay, it has taken nearly 10 years to get the draft of the first sequence. Okay, first human genome sequence. Originally, people thought when it was started in 1991, the technology what was used, I'm going to explain to you very soon. They thought it might take actually 20 years, but the technology started improving slowly that they were able to finish in 10 years. That was a record at that time. People thought it will take 2 decades or 20 years. They were able to do it in 10 years. Look at the amount of money. Okay, it is about, in US dollars, it is about 2.7 billion US dollars. So far, you make you to appreciate in rupee 270 crores, otherwise 27 lakhs of Indian rupee. Okay, now the number of people involved, probably several thousands of scientists, probably people involved in almost every other country across continents. Okay, so now I want you to look at on the right side. If I were to be asked, if I am asked to sequence one human genome, okay, what is the current status? The same 3.2 GB corresponding to 23 chromosomes, I can do it in a few days. In fact, the technology is improved even now. The last few years, I can just do it in one day. Okay, I need under 1,000 US dollars, 70,000 rupees. Okay, the technology is fast improving now as the days go. People who are working in next generation sequencing techniques, they claim in the years to come, maybe in a decade or two, it's possible to sequence one human genome in as little as $100, $10. Okay, so now you can appreciate, one can appreciate that the technology has changed so much dramatically compared to what was used 20 years ago versus today. Okay, that you are able to do the sequencing so fast as well as with very little money. All that you need is just one person to do this experiment as against several thousand people. Okay, students, don't you appreciate such a dramatic change? You should know how this technique works. Okay, I hope you will appreciate, you would like to know how the technique works, which I'm going to explain to you. The bottom, if you see, the technology used on the left side in the year 2001, that was the Sanger sequencing. Sanger sequencing, I'll explain to you as we go along. It is a sequencing technique developed by Frederick Sanger, two-time Nobel laureate, wherein you take one fragment of 1,000 bases and put it in an Eppendorf tube and then sequence. Okay, so if you take whole human genome, 3.2 GB corresponding to 23 chromosomes, you will make several lakhs of 1 KB fragments. So that means you need to have so many numbers of individual Eppendorf tube to do the sequencing. Okay, so that's why it has taken 10 years. Whereas today, if I take the same human genome coming from 23 chromosomes, share them into small pieces, maybe 1 KB, and put them all in a slide. In the same slide, single slide, I'll attach all the fragments coming from one genome and simultaneously sequence. Okay, that is why the time has come down, cost has come down. Okay, but having said that, it is not easy to attach DNA fragments onto a slide. There are certain techniques involved, there are certain chemistry involved, which is what I'm going to explain to you. Okay, so how big is a human genome? I was telling you about 3.2 GB. So basically, you all know human cells contain 23 pairs of chromosome, and that includes 22 pairs of autosome and 1 pair of sex chromosome. And this karyotype shown on the right side. Some little bit mathematics I wanted to introduce here. The basic unit of DNA, 1 base pair or 2 nucleotide, you all know. And 1,000 bases is equivalent to 1 kilobase. 1,000 kilobase is 1 megabase. 1,000 megabase is 1 GB. Now you appreciate what is the size of the one human genome? 3.2 GB. So if that is 3,200 MB is equivalent to 3.2 GB. Okay, you can also call this in a different manner. 10 lakhs is to 1 million and 100 million is 1 billion. That is because I said 3.2 GB. And if you see on the left side, 3.2 GB comes from either 3,200 MB, that is 3,200 MB, or 32 lakhs of KB, or so many number of base pairs. Okay, so otherwise the 3.2 GB can be read in a plain terms, 3.2 billion base pairs or 320 crores of base pairs. This is to make you to appreciate how big this nucleotide sequence of one human genome is. This particular number is very important as we go along. When you actually design an experiment to sequence the genome of not only the human cells and also a genome of any species, say it mouse or a cattle or a cat or a dog or any plant for that matter, rice, you should know the genome size of that particular species in order to design an experiment where one can sequence that particular genome. Okay, so why it took 10 years to do sequencing, the first ever sequencing, and I said they have used Sanger sequencing, right? The way it is done broadly, the overall strategy which was followed, they make so-called BAC library, that is bacterial artificial chromosome, in which they clone large fragments of human chromosome of about 100 to 300 kilobases. Remember, when you are sequencing, you got to have a fragment of only 1 kb. So you clone to begin with 100 to 300 kb size fragments in this vector and then put them into E. coli, make more of the DNA. So then you shear them into small pieces, maybe 10 kb, 5 kb, 20 kb like that randomly. And then each of this is cloned further into common vector and using primers from this side and that side, both front, forward and reverse is sequenced. So since the fragments are shared randomly, there will be overlap between the adjacent fragments. By using a computer, the sequence details coming from individual fragments are aligned together to get the sequence of the entire fragment, one fragment, which is coming from one back clone. And similarly, you will get sequence of several other back clones, put them all together to get the complete chromosomal sequence. This is a technology used to derive the first ever draft of the human genome in the year 2001. Okay, so Frederick Sanger, who developed the Sanger dideoxynucleotide based sequencing, was awarded Nobel Prize in the year 1980, which was shared in the same year by Walter Gilbert. He is a chemist. He also got the Nobel Prize for chemical method of DNA sequencing. These two gentlemen shared 1/4 and 1/4. The remaining half was given to Dr. Paul Berg for his discoveries related to recombinant DNA technology. Okay, so it's nice to remember Frederick Sanger and Walter Gilbert, who have developed the first ever DNA sequencing methodology. Frederick Sanger developed the Sanger sequencing method, which uses enzymes and dideoxynucleotides, whereas Walter Gilbert developed the chemical method of sequencing. So if you look at the sequencing method broadly, the first generation sequencing involves, it has two methods. One is a Maxam and Gilbert sequencing, is a chemical sequencing, and Sanger's methodology uses a dideoxynucleotide. I will not have time to explain the chemical sequencing, but I will explain Sanger's dideoxynucleotide based sequencing because more or less similar principle is used for next generation sequencing as well. The second generation sequencing as against the first generation is actually called second next generation sequencing. I'm going to explain to you, which is also called massively parallel. Why it is called massively parallel is that sequencing is done at the same time large number of fragments as against original method. You take one fragment at a time and sequence. You take thousands and thousands, about millions of fragments you take. So you are sequencing large number of fragments. That's why massively parallel. You are sequencing all the fragments same time. That's why it's called massively parallel sequencing. And the third method is called third generation sequencing. It is actually coming of age now. It's now being carried out as against second generation sequencing throughout the world. It's called single molecule sequencing. As against second generation sequencing, single molecule sequencing, here you take high molecular DNA, cut them into fragments, simply take the DNA and sequence using a single molecule. As against second generation sequencing, which involves amplifying the individual fragments through PCR and then do the massively parallel sequencing. Okay, with this little introduction to different generations of sequencing, we'll go more into second generation sequencing, which is what called the next generation sequencing or massively parallel sequencing. Here you see the double stranded DNA, and this is a template strand. This is a daughter strand which is growing here. Okay, so this is the last nucleotide which is incorporated already. A new nucleotide is going to be introduced. So there will be a phosphodiester bond formation. What will happen is when the phosphodiester bond forms, similar to what is already formed here, a pyrophosphate will be released. Okay, so what is important here is the nucleotide which is incorporated at the last should have a 3' hydroxyl end in order to generate phosphodiester bond. This is very, very important for Sanger's method of sequencing. If you see in the next slide, Friedrich Sanger uses dideoxynucleotides. There will be one for each of the nucleotides. These molecules that resemble normal nucleotides but lack the normal 3' hydroxyl end. You can see here deoxynucleotide triphosphates have a third carbon OH group. As against dideoxynucleotide triphosphates, the OH is replaced by hydrogen and the OH is missing. This is very important because a dideoxynucleotide triphosphate will get incorporated into the growing chain, but it will not allow one more nucleotide to get incorporated. The reason being the new nucleotide which is incorporated will be lacking hydroxyl group. That's why any more nucleotides cannot be incorporated. And that is a basis by which the Sanger's dideoxynucleotide sequencing method works. Okay, now here is a simple reaction to explain to you how the Sanger's dideoxynucleotide based sequencing works. So let us say you want to sequence this 26 base pair template. Okay, so this 26 base pair template you want to sequence. You have, let's say, about 500 nanograms, divide them into 4 Eppendorf tubes. You have Eppendorf tube 1, 2, 3, and 4. To all of them, you add the primer. Okay, the primer is labeled at the 5' end. You all know the extension happens from 3' to 5'. So 5' end is labeled with P32. So 3' end is here, 3' hydroxyl end. It is ready to take a new nucleotide. And you have a similar situation in tube 1, tube 2, tube 3, tube 4. Now what all we need? You have the template, you have the primer, and you have to add DNA polymerase, and then all the 4 triphosphates, DATP, DGTP, DCTP, and DDP. All of them are added in all the 4 tubes. The polymerization is going to start. Before you start, before add this polymerase and the 4 nucleotides, you also have to add the so-called dideoxynucleotides, which is a discovery of Friedrich Sanger. 1 nucleotide of dideoxy type to each of the tubes, DDGTP, DDATP, DDCTP, and DDTTP. Remember, okay, for every dideoxynucleotide, the normal version of the nucleotide also is there in the mix. If you are adding in this tube DDGTP, you also have a DGTP. Okay. Similarly, if you have a DDATP, you also have a DATP. Okay. So what will happen when you actually allow the polymerations to take place? Whenever the normal GTP is added, the polymerization will continue. But whenever dideoxy GTP is added, the polymerization will stop in that particular template, which is the particular primer which is growing. Okay. So let me finish the reaction here. For example, if you look at here, the beginning of the primer is G. Okay. If you look at in the template, the first base for which nucleotide to be added using the complementarity is the G. That means the next nucleotide, very first nucleotide to be added is C. C is present, dideoxycytidine is present in this particular tube. Okay. So if in one of the primers, if the DDCTP is added, right? So the chain will stop here. Okay. But in those primers where DDCTP is not added, DCTP is added, it will further go up to the next CTP and then next one. Same is the case for all the 4 reactions. Essentially, at the end of the reaction, you will have 4 tubes. In each of the tube, the primer is extended to different nucleotides of that particular dideoxynucleotide what you added, and there will be stops at varying length according to the different nucleotide where the stop is possible. And this is how you see, because the radioactive gel, when you develop using the film, you will see a picture like this, and you have to, all the 4 lanes are actually run in 4 different lanes, G, A, T, C, and you can start reading the sequence like this. If you see here, the first lane is G, then there are 2 A's are here, right? And then there are 2 T's, then there are 2 G's, and then there is a C, there is a A, there is a C, there are 2 A's, and then T, like that you can sequence. So this is a technology which was developed by Sanger, and that was pretty much used in principle for first ever sequencing of the human genome. Subsequently, this technology was converted to fluorescent platform, wherein instead of labeling the primer, you label the dideoxynucleotide itself, okay, so that you can do the reaction in single tube and run a gel, okay, and you will have single lane for fluorescent platform methodology of Sanger sequencing, as against original method which uses radioactivity developed by Sanger, which records 4 lane, and you will get a readout like this. There are 4 different color peaks. You can see each of the color refers to one particular nucleotide, and by reading these peaks, one can actually get the sequence of the fragment what you are sequencing. Okay, now let's go to the next generation sequencing technique. Okay, so now in the original technique which is developed by Sanger, you have the large fragment cut into small pieces. Each of the pieces have to be cloned into a plasmid DNA and then introduced into E. coli and make large numbers of them and use primers to sequence. Okay, whereas here you do the same thing, put them in, make them fragments, but you don't clone them, don't put them into E. coli, just put them onto the surface and multiply each fragment. You can make them to multiply and sequence it right on the slide itself. Okay, that's the major difference between the old method and new method. How do you do it? On the left side, when the growing chain is actually ran on a gel, okay, or a capillary gel, and then when the fragment comes at the end of it, you pass the laser and take an image to find out what is a nucleotide corresponding to the fragment what you are actually looking at. Whereas on the right side, let's say you have incorporated 1 nucleotide. Okay, same similar Sanger's dideoxynucleotide, similar kind of nucleotide is used here. Once a nucleotide is incorporated, the extension will stop. No more, it will not allow any more nucleotide to get incorporated. So the way we find out which nucleotide is incorporated, you go with the camera, the laser is excited, it's sent, and then this particular nucleotide, which is also labeled with the fluorochrome, is excited, and the camera actually captures the image. Then you can actually reverse the termination, allow next nucleotide to get incorporated and keep on taking images. Thereby one can actually get the sequence of this particular template. So on the left side, old method, you have 1 tube, 1 kb fragment, you get only 1000 bases. Whereas here in one slide, you have millions of fragments, millions of templates. That's why you are able to get gigabases of sequencing information. So how does it work? How is it feasible? It's not very easy to attach a fragment of DNA onto the surface of the slide. There has to be some chemistry involved, which is what I'm going to explain to you. So that means we are coming into the 2nd generation sequencing, the so-called next generation sequencing, otherwise called massively parallel sequencing. Okay, there were 3 different companies developed this 2nd generation sequencing, and for whatever reasons, the solid sequencing developed by ABI became an obsolete technique. It is no more used. 454 pyrosequencing, it is still used, but limited manner. Solaxa sequencing, which is now bought by the company Illumina, is based on the reversible dye terminators. This is a technique which I'm going to explain to you. The reason why I'm going to explain to you is because Illumina company claims 95% of the world's sequencing, DNA sequencing, is carried out by this particular technique. Students, don't you think you should know how this technique works? When 95% of the world's sequencing is carried out by this technique. That's the reason why I'm explaining this. And I need to bring in the name Dr. Shankar Balasubramaniam, who is one of the scientists, who is an Indian-born scientist, chemist living in Cambridge in UK, who along with David Klennerman in Cambridge University actually developed this technique. It would be nice to remember him that he is one of those people who developed this technique. So basically the technique works like that. Again, in a nutshell, in a schematic manner, you have the template here at the bottom and you have the primer. Primer ends at 3' end. It's ready to introduce a nucleotide. You have 4 different nucleotides. All of them are looking similar to dideoxy. They are not dideoxy, but 3' hydroxyl group is protected in such a way no more nucleotide can be incorporated, and each of them carry different fluorochrome. So the moment you add polymerase, it will incorporate the first nucleotide, and what is there in the template? It is A, which means T has to be incorporated. You can see that T got incorporated. After T is incorporated, no more nucleotide can be added because T is having a 3' hydroxyl protected, so extension stops. Now you excite this nucleotide, which is having a specific fluorescent molecule, by passing the laser, and then you go with a camera to take an image of what is the color of the nucleotide which is incorporated here. Then remove the blockage, make the 3' hydroxyl end open, so hydroxyl group will be visible. Now second nucleotide can be added. Same time you also remove the fluorophore because the nucleotide T carries a green color fluorophore. You need to remove that so that when the next nucleotide, which is going to be dictated by what is there in the template stand, which is C, which means next one will be G. So when the G gets incorporated, G will come with a different color. Again, you excite the G nucleotide by passing the laser and take the image. Remember, this template stand, which is there in the bottom, it is permanently fixed onto the surface of the slide. Permanently, it cannot come out. So every time you introduce one nucleotide, you take an image of this particular stand, which is permanently fixed on the surface, and then the next nucleotide, you take image continuously. Essentially, one nucleotide incorporation is one cycle. Second nucleotide is second cycle. Third is a third cycle. Fourth, fifth cycle. Every cycle you will get one image, and that will have a unique color for a given DNA fragment. By looking at the color of the fragment in cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3, cycle 4, and so forth, you will be able to get the nucleotide which is incorporated one after other. Thereby the entire fragment sequence can be identified, and that part is of course done by the computer. All you have to do is complete the sequencing process. The images are there. You just give the images to the computer. Computer look at the color change of the particular location in different cycles, and then tell you the sequence of the fragment. Okay. Now, in nutshell, this is how it works. You have the high molecular DNA. You share them randomly into fragments and put all these fragments, attach them onto the surface of the microscope slide, simple microscope slide. Okay, whatever you use it for microscopy. And how you are able to attach, that will come in the subsequent slides. And you can attach like that. You can put millions of fragments in one slide. Okay, now I'm just going to show you on the left side 4 such fragments as an example. Okay, so let's say 4 such fragments are attached to the surface. In order to sequence each of these fragments, you need to remove one strand and keep one strand. So the template strand alone remains there. Then you can add a primer from the top and then start sequencing downwards, right? You can do that. But one problem is, when you have a single fragment, one primer is added, only one nucleotide is going to be added. The amount of fluorescence coming out of one nucleotide is not sufficient enough for the camera to pick up as an image. So what you do to overcome that, by a process called amplification, modified amplification called bridge amplification, you make about 1,000 copies of the same fragment like this, so that every other fragment, every other copy of the same fragment will receive the same nucleotide. So 1,000 times more signal will come and the camera will be able to take an image of that. Okay, then you go for sequencing. At the end of it, so this is at the end of first cycle, you can see the color spots. Can all of you see the colored spots? Can someone answer me? Hello? Can you see the colored spots? Yes? Can you see the colored spots?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So you can see these are actually corresponding, each color corresponds to one particular fragment. Okay. And there are millions of fragments are there. That's why you have millions of spots. And this particular image corresponds to the first cycle. That is very first cycle, one nucleotide, that is the first nucleotide incorporated to each of these fragments, millions of fragments. Now, when you go to the second cycle, you will get another image, another image, another image, another image like this. Okay. So now if you look at here, position of each fragment is fixed. Okay. If I just take a tiny portion here, which has only 4 or 5 fragments, how does the picture look like? Okay. Over, let's say a 5 cycle. That's what I'm going to show here. Look at here. Here, a tiny portion in that image taken by the camera, cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3, cycle 4, cycle 5. What that means? First nucleotide, second, third, fourth, fifth nucleotide. Image is shown. You can see the 4 different fragments corresponding to 4 different images. The location of them remains same. You can see the way the 4 spots are there. They remain same in all the 4 images. Only the color is changing, which means different cycles, different nucleotides got incorporated. If you take, for example, this particular fragment or the image or the circle, the first nucleotide is G, second one is C, third one is G, fourth one is G, and then fifth one is A. So you can read out the sequence of this particular fragment, which is located here as GCTGA. This is all, friends, how the next generation sequencing works. All that I have to tell you is, how is it possible to attach the fragment onto the glass slide? Because you can't just take the fragment, throw it into the glass slide, it will not go and attach. So that is a chemistry I'm going to show you in the next few minutes. So if you consider this is randomly shared fragments, in order for you to attach the fragments onto the surface, you need to attach some adapters. Okay, there are 2 types of adapters you can see. One is a purple one, another is a pink one. You need to make sure they get ligated to both ends. One, the pink on one side and purple on the other side. These are called adapter ligated DNA fragments. Adapter ligated DNA fragments are the one which are attached to the surface of the slide. Why? Because if you see, this is a slide. Slide has covalently attached oligonucleotides, single-stranded oligonucleotides, which are complementary to the adapter. Okay, these are the adapters. Adapters are already added to the DNA fragments. The primers which are covalently attached to the surface of the slide these are oligonucleotides of about 50 bases. These are complementary to the adapters which are added to the DNA fragments. So adapter ligated DNA fragments are denatured and thrown into the slide by using the complementarity between the adapter here and the LAN primers. They are called LAN primers. What is there? Covalently attached to the surface. Using the complementarity, the DNA fragments attach here. Okay. And then by using the process called bridge amplification, I'll explain few slides down the line. You make from one fragment, one copy, multiple copies of the same fragment. Thereby, one can amplify the signal coming out of incorporation of one nucleotide at a time and then keep doing the sequencing. So I'll skip this portion. This is how the bridge amplified fragment, 1000 copies of the same fragment will look like. And this is called one cluster. Cluster is nothing but 1000 copies of the one fragment. Skip this. Okay, so there are 4 steps are there DNA sequencing. First is sample preparation. I will explain in detail how it's done. Then the so-called cluster generation, wherein one copy of one fragment is amplified to make 1000 copies. Then you do the sequencing and then you do computer-based analysis to get the sequence information. Okay, now little bit more in details. How do we prepare the library? I told you, you take the high molecular DNA, cut into small pieces, ligate the adapter. Okay, how do you ligate the adapter? So when you fragment the DNA ends will be of different type. It will be blunt end or 3' protruding or 5' protruding. So in order to make ends of similar type, you need to repair the ends of the fragmented DNA by using a cocktail of enzyme, make all of them blend. Then you ligate the adapter. There is a principle behind ligation also, I will explain. And then you can select a particular size fragment and then load onto the sequencing machine where you have the amplification of 1 copy of each fragment, 2000 copies. Okay, now how do we actually ligate the adapter? So let us say this is a randomly fragmented, randomly shared fragment, one DNA fragment. Ends are looking very tricky. You see here the 5' to 3' protruding end, you want them all make as a blunt end. So you put cocktail of enzymes which will actually fill up all the blanks and make it as blunt end. And then you also add 1A, okay, 1A, 3' A is added. The reason is the adapters come with the T overhang. So TA base pairing will ligate adapters to the fragment. Now you can see here, adapter is ligated to the A overhang on the DNA fragment. Now DNA fragment is ready. You add the DNA fragment, you take them, ligate, denature them, make single strand DNA, add it to the slide. This is how the slide looks like. Okay. Now these are some equipments which is used there. I will leave it here. Okay. Now let's take you to the next step. So this is a microscope slide, which is what used for sequencing. Unlike the slide what you use for microscopy, it is a single slide. Here the sequencing chemistry happens in 8 different lanes. Okay, there is a hole here through which you can actually introduce the material for sequencing. In each of these lanes are physically separated. Reactions happens individually, which means you can sequence eight different samples separately in 8 different lanes. Now let us consider this is the surface of the slide, and you have a lawn primer. There are 2 types of lawn primers I told you, which is similar to the 2 types of adapters, correct? So you have a color is slightly different, sorry about it, yellow color primer and blue color primer. And remember these primers, these are about 50 base single nucleotide oligonucleotides attached permanently to the surface of the slide. Now you come with 1 DNA fragment, 1 molecule, single strand molecule of 1 DNA fragment in which adapter is already ligated. Okay, now the blue adapter, by using complementarity to the blue lawn primer, it is able to hybridize to the blue primer. So it is attached to the surface of the slide. But remember, it is not permanently attached to the surface. It is attached to the surface by using this complementarity to the blue primer. Okay. Now the primers, lawn primers which are attached to surface, they all have a 3' hydroxyl end facing upwards. So by adding DNA polymerase, you can actually make copy of the original strand which came inside. So now we copied the strand which came inside. Since we got the copy of the strand which came inside, we no longer require the original strand. We throw away the original strand because we got it copied. Not only that, the copied strand is actually permanently attached because it grew from the lawn primer, which is covalently attached to the surface. Okay. Now, what you do, the bridge amplification, wherein you allow the DNA to bend. What is on the other side? Other side is a yellow color adapter, which will now go and bind to the yellow color lawn primer. And then this lawn primer also has a 3' hydroxyl end. So allow it to extend. Now you get the copy sequence of the fragment or the particular single strand which is thrown out is also made. In that process, you are making both strands are made onto the surface. Okay. Now this is how this process is repeated for every DNA fragment, so that you will make about 1000 copies in one particular area. So it is called a cluster. Cluster is nothing but 1000 copies of the same DNA fragment created by the bridge amplification. Now we are ready to do sequencing, right? For sequencing, what you do, we'll go to the next set. So you repeat that and make a cluster, and the cluster is ready. Cluster is actually 1000 copies of the double-stranded fragment of the same fragment, right? Now to do sequencing, you got to throw away one stand, keep only one stand, because one stand only will act as a template. Another stand has to be removed so that it will give way for the primer. So remove one stand, keep only one stand intact. Now you add the primer. Okay, this is some kind of protection done to all the free ends are protected from participating in the polymerization. Then you add the primer. Primer is added. 3' end of the primer is facing downwards. Now you add all the 4 different nucleotides, which are 3' hydroxylane protected. That means only one nucleotide will be incorporated at a time. Once a nucleotide is kept incorporated, second nucleotide cannot be incorporated. It cannot be incorporated. Number 1. Number 2, each of the 4 nucleotides carry different fluorochrome. So let's start the reaction. Okay. When you start the reaction, let's say one nucleotide gets incorporated. Okay. The color of that is actually purple. So you pass the laser, camera comes and captures the purple color. Now, the information in the form of a color of the nucleotide which is incorporated is taken by the camera. Now we are ready to go to the second nucleotide. So what you have to do after excitation and taking image, you do this, the 2-step process. That is, remove the fluorochrome and deprotect the 3' hydroxyl end. Go to the next nucleotide, take laser and then followed by imaging by the camera. So that's how you take the images step after step. That is the cycle after cycle. First nucleotide, second nucleotide, third nucleotide. Here is the output of an image of a small area where about some 15 to 20 fragments image are shown over 9 cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cycles. Okay. And that is 9 base nucleotide is sequence. Okay. So you can see, like before I have shown, all these 15 spots, the location of the spots in 1, 2, 3, 4 cycle remains same. It does not move. Only the color changes, if at all, depending upon what is the nucleotide which is incorporated. If you look at this particular spot, you can see it is circled. Initially it is T, the next cycle, second nucleotide is CG, then it is C, T, A, this is G, A, T. Whereas this particular spot, continuously there are 7 T's followed by G and T. This is all, friends. This is how next generation sequencing, the so-called second generation sequencing or massively parallel sequencing is done. So you basically make millions of fragments from one human genome. Okay. And then attach them to the surface of the slide. For that, you have to ligate the adapter. The adapter ligated fragments get attached to the surface using the lawn primer complementarity. And then you amplify 1 copy of each fragment to about 1,000 copies so that you create something called cluster for each fragment, and then use this technique to sequence that particular fragment. So basically, millions of fragments are sequenced at the same time. Because the fragments are made randomly, there will be overlap between the fragments. So by using the computer will assemble using the overlapping strategy, stitch them together to get the complete sequence of the entire human genome. That's all the techniques. Next few slides, I will tell you what is its application for COVID, because this particular conference is about COVID, and few slides about what we have done in our lab using this particular technique. It is 3:23. I will exactly finish in 10 minutes. Okay. Now, this is how the sequence is obtained for the entire chromosome, because the fragments are made shared by the random method. The sequence, that means there will be overlap between the fragments, and the sequence are stitched together by the computer to get the sequence of the entire fragment. Okay, so this is how it looks like. If you take the sequence information from different fragments and put them onto the reference genome, you will see this sequence information like this. And I will skip these slides. If you would like to see any mutation in one particular genome compared to the wild type genome, you will see some variation. You can see some variation here. This particular place is actually A. You can see A is there in the reference genome. This is the bottom sequence is the reference genome. These are the sequence information coming from the particular genome which is sequenced. Most of the fragments carry A, but in some places there is presence of T, different nucleotide, which is an indication that there is a mutation in that place. You can also see in another place there is a C here, okay, which is again an indication there is a mutation in that place. Whereas in this particular location, all the fragments carry T, or there is one place there is a C, which means there is a possibly presence of a mutation in that place. Of course, all the mutation identification by next generation sequencing has to be verified by Sanger sequencing. Okay, these are different kinds of techniques one can utilize the next generation sequencing. You can sequence the whole genome. You can sequence only the exons, because the exons only code for the proteins. And you can sequence the RNA, total RNA. You can sequence only the mRNA. You sequence small RNAs. You can actually sequence DNA fragments to which the protein binds. You can sequence RNA, which is bound by the proteins, RNA immunoprecipitation. Deep sequencing, you can sequence at a very high depth, such that the variations or mutations which are occurring in a small proportion can be identified. Amplicon sequencing, if you are not interested in sequencing the whole genome, you can amplify certain regions, amplify certain genes, those fragments alone can be sequenced. So another way is also called targeted sequencing. You can also sequence methylated DNA. Regions which are methylated can be sequenced. Okay, and attack sequencing is one of the new technique which has come up, wherein on the genome, regions of the genome which are transcriptionally active can be sequenced. De novo sequencing, if you want to sequence genome of a bacteria for which genome sequence is not known, you are the first one to isolate a particular bacteria, there is absolutely no information about the sequence of the particular genome. You can do de novo sequencing and assemble the sequencing to actually get the sequencing of that particular genome for the first time ever. You can do that. One can also do 16S rRNA sequencing for the purpose of metagenomics, where one can identify the relation between the bacteria what you identified versus different known bacteria. The third generation sequencing I introduced in the beginning, I'm not going to talk to you about it. Unlike the second generation sequencing, where you take the whole genome, cut into fragments, each fragment is attached to the surface of the slide by using the adapter ligation method, and then using the bridge amplification, you do PCR to make multiple copies of the same fragment, which is essential for sequencing. Whereas in the third generation sequencing, after you make fragments of the original genome, there is no PCR needed. You just take the fragment, directly go for sequencing. That is the advantage of the third generation sequencing. There are 3 different companies which are pioneering this particular technology. As far as myself, I am aware of this PAC Biosciences, which does this called single molecule real-time sequencing, SMRT sequencing. Quite a few machines are there in India too. I'm aware of that. They say they can sequence up to about 20 kilobase in one go. Unlike the second generation sequencing, you can only sequence about 100 to 300 or 400 bases. Whereas in PAC Biosciences SMRT sequencing, you can sequence 20 kilobase in one go without need for PCR amplification. I'll just stop on that. One simple amplification going to the SARS-CoV-2. You all know world has been suffering. India is not an exception from the SARS-CoV-2 infection. COVID-19 has really caused a huge scare for all of us. The first wave came in 2020, second wave came in 2021, and third wave in the form of Omicron variant came early this year and spared us from a lot of death and other thing. It was relatively much easier compared to the second and first wave. Okay, now there are 2 things you might have seen in the in the newspaper. One is diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2. They would have taken from your nose secretions, they would have taken sample, subjected to the so-called the gold standard RT-qPCR, quantitative PCR. Then people also would have sequenced to find out which variant. You might have seen the Omicron coming up in January 2022. Earlier 2021, April, May, June, Delta variant came. In 2020, there is a variant called B-clade, B type came. Okay, how do they know which type of variant of virus it is? For that, one has to sequence the entire genome. Okay, so coming to the diagnosis, what they do, they amplify 3 different regions. Okay, all 3 regions should amplify and provide the DNA fragment of particular size and also particular abundance. Okay, in order to say a particular person is positive for SARS-CoV-2. So these are the regions where the primers bind and the amplicons are made, one corresponding to this particular protein ORF1b, another one in the place called S protein, the spike protein, okay, which you all know it's very, very important protein. You can see on the top of the SARS-CoV-2, using that only the SARS-CoV-2 virus binds to the cell surface. The third amplicon corresponds to the N protein. Okay, so you need to do 3 PCR. All 3 regions should get amplified in sufficient quantities. Okay, so there should be a particular low CT value, less than about 25 CT positive, in order to say the person is positive for SARS-CoV-2 infection. Now, the sequencing is very important. While the PCR will tell you whether the person is positive or negative, sequencing alone will tell you what kind of variant the person is having. Okay, if you remember 2022 January, Omicron variant came up. People thought there is going to be one more wave in the form of a third wave, which is going to be much worse than second wave. Second wave was the worst, you all know. Lots and lots of thousands of people died. There was no place for cremating the bodies. People are throwing the bodies in the Ganges. You all have read it, although government refused to accept it. Okay. And the Omicron, which came up, this variant came in 2022 January, people thought it's going to be much more worse than the Delta variant. Why? If you look at here, this is the entire genome of the SARS-CoV-2. This particular variant carried about 55 places mutations. 55 mutations are there. Out of that, about 32 mutations are located in this particular gene, the spike gene. You see that about 32 of them are located in the S gene. Okay. And in fact, how this Omicron variant was identified, because all over the world, people who are suffering from COVID-19 symptoms, they were subjected to PCR to find out whether they are positive for the infection or not. But not all the samples are sequenced. Okay. So how was the Omicron identified? In South Africa, in one center, when they were doing diagnosis by PCR, they found out a patient is 100% positive based on the symptoms. When they did the RT-PCR, they found this PCR worked and this PCR worked. This PCR did not work. It was strange. How come the blue color and the light green color worked? Very nice amplicon came up, but the green color corresponding to spike protein, PCR was not working. It was strange for them. How is it possible? Two regions getting amplified, yes region is not getting amplified. The reason, because it was changed, they isolated the total RNA and then sequenced it, and they found out the S protein region carries about 32 mutations such that the primer corresponding to S protein region is not able to bind. That is why amplification was not happening. So this is how Omicron variant was identified. Okay. Now, how the sequencing is done? Once you make the RNA of the entire genome, you actually shear the RNA into small pieces, convert into cDNA, and then you make overlapping primers. You see here, A1, A2, A3, A4. You have 2 sets of overlapping primers. So all of them are next to each other is overlapping. And then you do PCR and sequence using the next generation sequence. You all know how does it work? You have how many? A7, B7, 14 fragments are there. 10 plus 4, 14 fragments corresponding to the entire genome of SARS-CoV-2. To all the 14 fragments, ligate the adapter. Adapter ligated 14 fragments are attached to the surface by using complementarity between the Hello? Hello? Yes? I will call you back in 5 minutes, sir. Okay, and then you do the sequencing as I explained to you before. Okay, that's all. You understand now how the sequencing of SARS-CoV-2 genome is done. Early during 2020, we also contributed to the identification of the different strains of SARS-CoV-2 which entered into India. That was published in July 2020. We found out that, the major source, the potential origin of SARS-CoV-2 entry into India is from mainly from Middle East and Europe. Okay, some of them have come from Oceania, that is Australia and South Asia regions. And few other people also published same thing. And in addition, I'll take only next 2 slides. I will not take you much because we are already 3:35. So we do in the lab, we actually work on brain tumors. We have sequenced the brain tumor genome. We identified several mutations. We went on to identify one particular gene which is mutated, which is called calcitonin receptor. Okay, it's a GPCR. So this particular receptor looks like that. As usual, GPCRs, if some of the students and teachers, if you know, G protein coupled receptors have 7 transmembrane domain. Only 2 more slides, I will not take you much. And there is an extracellular N-terminal domain, intracellular C-terminal domain. When the ligand binds from outside to the N-terminal domain, it activates the C-terminal domain, binds to G proteins and activates downstream signaling. We found out this particular receptor is mutated. These are the 7 different mutations located in different locations. And if the patients carry mutated calcium, it makes tumors very highly aggressive. Okay, you can see the red line corresponds to those who carry mutations. They are actually dying much faster compared to the blue line set of patients where there is no mutation. Okay, so which means it brings me to the next slide. The student, after doing a lot of work, she come up with this model where when the calcium protein is wild type, calcitonin, this is a ligand which binds the N-terminus and activates signaling. The signaling downstream inhibits many oncogenic signaling, thereby makes the tumor less aggressive. So it doesn't proliferate more. So the tumor is less aggressive, patient respond to the treatment and they live longer. Whereas when it is mutated, calcitonin doesn't bind, or even if it binds, in cases where the mutation occurs here, signaling is interrupted. So oncogenic signaling continue to happen. The tumor is very highly aggressive. They don't respond to the treatment and leads to worse survival. Okay, so what we are planning to do by using this information, the patients where there is a wild type calcium, if you add calcitonin, it will activate tumor suppressor or growth suppressive pathway. Thereby, it will make the tumor less aggressive. If we can add calcitonin, which is already used for post-menopausal women to increase the bone strength, which is over the drug available in pharmacies, if you actually use for treatment for glioblastoma or the brain tumor, one should be able to increase the survival time. The student showed in principle using the mouse model. So basically you have the tumor growing here in the flank, and here you inject with the BSA as a control. Whereas here if you inject with the calcitonin, you can see calcitonin is able to inhibit the further tumor growth, almost gets abolished. The red line corresponds to calcitonin treated group. So essentially the idea is, this is the last slide. So for glioblastoma, which is grade 4, normally the treatment is surgery, irradiation, and temozolomide chemotherapy. The median survival is only 15 months. What we plan to do based on our finding, in addition to these 3 methods, we also add calcitonin. We expect the median survival may increase to from 15 to 20 or more months. And that's the kind of work we are trying to do in the lab. And these are people, students and postdoc and the collaborators. And I will stop here. Thank you all of you. I'm done. Dr. Benazir Begum, I'm done with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. It was really a very informative one. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now it's time for question session.
Sure.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, please. Yeah, one second. Let me just try to make this. Okay. How do I? Okay. Okay, ask me, please.
Sir, there are many databases for viral and viral sequencing. Is there any specific database for coronavirus sequencing, sir?
Yeah, of course, there is a database. I just forgot the name. It is there in my publication. You can see, and where all the influenza viruses, okay, all the influenza virus which cause throat infection, including COVID-19. If you just do SARS-CoV-2 genome sequence, you will get that information through Google. Okay, and they keep adding all over the world, different countries. As and when the sequence, they will deposit the sequence. And you will be able to access it. All that you got to do is you should be a recognized person working in a college or institute. You need to register yourself, and they will send you a OTP, and that through which they will recognize. And then once you are a recognized user, you will be able to access the sequence information. Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
My question is about, is there any recent updated software for COVID restriction?
It's not audible. Dr. Benazir Begum, please call the student to come nearer to the microphone and talk loudly. Hello.
Okay, sir. If there is any recent software for COVID restriction, sir?
Recent software for what?
COVID virus prediction.
COVID?
Virus prediction.
No, there is no separate software. You have to sequence the genome because mutation occurs in multiple locations in the entire genome. So the two techniques are used. One is RT-qPCR, another one is a sequencing of the whole genome. So if you want to only diagnose the presence or absence of the virus, you can do PCR. If you want to get new mutations identified, new variants coming up, or a given variant is positive for a particular person or not, you have to take the whole genome and sequence it. Entire genome has to be sequenced. That's the only way. And then compare it with the wild type genome, identify the variants. There is no separate software. There are a lot of programs are there. Different modified methods are there. Different companies have come up with different sample preparation kits. But in principle, the methodology remains the same. You take the whole genome, entire RNA, it's RNA genome, share them to pieces, convert them to DNA, complementary DNA, and then sequence each of the fragments. The fragments are made by random sharing, so you will have overlapping sequencing. That is a basic principle by which sequencing is done. Okay. Hello. No more questions?
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir, where we get NGS applications like genome sequencing, sir?
Your question is, where do you get sequencing experiment can done? How do you get the sequencing experiment done? Where you can get it done? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The sequencing is a little tricky one because the machine which is used for sequencing, costs a lot of money, number one. Number two, the capacity of sequencing at a time, it's very huge. One can sequence several genomes at a time. So most of the government institutions, research institutions where sequencing machines were bought, they stopped working because of maintenance related problem. People are not able to successfully run the machines. However, there are few educational institutions where sequencing is still done as like a genomic facility. If anybody wants to know more, you can write to me. Dr. Benazir Begum will be able to share my email ID. I can provide that. But in addition to that, many companies also own a sequencing machine. You can actually send the samples to them, get it sequenced. The cost of the sequencing has come down drastically today compared to 5 years ago and 10 years ago. Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Is there any questions from the online participants? Could you please respond? Online participant, is there any queries?
No, ma'am.
Thank Thank you, sir. It was really a very informative one.
Okay, thank you very much. So can I leave now? Can I
Yes,
leave now? Okay, bye-bye.
Okay,
See
thank
you.
you, sir.
See you, bye-bye. Now I can see all of you here.
Yes, sir.
See you. So I hope you all understood.
Yes, sir.
Can I get some feedback from the students? I see the professor who introduced me on the left side,
Yes,
and
yes,
there are
sir.
girls sitting next to you. And
Yes, sir.
do you guys understood what I presented, students?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
thank you, bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, அவர் வந்து he asked you like feedback உங்ககிட்ட இருந்து. The one who introduced me, I wanted feedback. Ma'am, I request all of our online participants to be ready with your presentations. Now we'll be having the oral presentation. Am I audible? Can you please get a response? Okay, thank you. In 5 minutes, we'll be starting our oral presentation promptly. Please be online.
Now it's time for refreshment. I request both our online participants and offline participants to have a short break and be back on time after 15 minutes. Thank you all. Online participants, should hear an announcement. Can I get a number, please? Good evening, one and all. Am I audible to the online students? Online participants, am I audible? Are we audible to the online students? Online participants? Good evening, am I audible? For the online participants, can you please respond?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
So now we will move on to the oral presentation. And now, Deepthi Maria Matthew, are you ready with your presentation, ma'am? The first participant is Deepthi Maria Matthew. Are you ready with your presentation, ma'am? Participants, sir, are you online?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, share your presentation and you may start your oral presentation, please.
பேசுறானே தெரியலங்க யாரு ரெஸ்பாண்டே பார்க்கணும் இல்ல அந்த எக்ஸன் போகும்போது நான் கேட்டா அப்படின்னு கேட்டது எக்ஸன் செகண்ட் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட் நேம் என்ன ஸ்டூடெண்ட்
Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I present? Can I present? Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Request other participants to please mute yourselves. Ms. Shiva, could you please mute yourself? Thank you. Ms. Viveka, you can start.
Yes. My name is Binda. Today I'm going to present the paper titled Differential Expression of Steroidogenic Genes in MCF cell line by Metanolic Extract of Mallotus philippensis. As we all know, breast cancer is the most common cancer observed in women. 70% of breast cancer is estrogen dependent because estrogen stimulate the development of breast cancer in our body. Therefore, the treatments include inhibiting the estrogen production genes to prevent the breast cancer in our body. For this purpose, now the plant-derived molecules are used as a therapeutic option for the treatment of breast cancer with few side effects. In this project, we use the plant Mallotus philippensis, commonly known as Camilla. It belongs to Euphorbia families, enriched in phenolic and flavonoid compounds, and possesses antibacterial, anti-leukemic, anti-helminthic activity. The outline of the project. First, the preparation of methanolic extract of Mallotus philippensis leaves, that is MMP, and identification of bioactive compound in MMP by GCMS and FTIR. And finally, analyzing the in vitro expression of CYP90 and star gene. These genes are involved in estrogen synthesis in MCF cell line after treatment with MMP. Materials and method. First, collection of Mallotus philippensis leaves. Then these leaves are dry under the shades. Then pulverized and extracted in the SOX-like apparatus at 67 degrees Celsius. Then extract is evaporated using rotary vacuum evaporator, and extract stored in refrigerator. And gas chromatography mass spectrometry method is utilized to detect the bioactive compound present in the MMP. And GCMS analysis done at KFRI-PG, and helium is used as a carrier gas, and separation of compounds based on the polarity, and the detection of compounds based on its molecular weight. And Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy is used to analyze the functional group present in the extract MMP, and ATR-FTIR method is utilized. The procedure involves the plant extract are placed on the ATR diamond crystal, and the spectrum is recorded. And sample preparation. The stock solution of this MMP is prepared in a Twin 80, and the dilution of the stock solution by using RPMI 6040 media. And the solution is prepared in the concentration of 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, and 320. In previous experiment, we detect the IC50 and half IC50 and double IC50 value of Mallotus philippensis by using MTT assay. And in the present study, we culture the breast cancer cell line MCF7 with these doses for 96 hours. And after 96 hours, the RNA was isolated from treated and non-treated cells and used for gene expression study. The relative gene expression studies are involved total RNA isolation from treated and non-treated cell using trisol method, and the RNA is converted to cDNA, and designing and selection of primers specific to CYP19 and star gene, and standardization of PCR condition using gradient PCR, and real-time quantitative PCR is used to analyze the gene copy number of specific genes after treatment with MMP. And statistical analysis of the study was done using SPS software version 21, and ANOVA and Dukan multiple tests were carried out for pairwise analysis. And moves to result and discussion part. This picture shows the chromatogram of Mallotus philippensis, and we detect 14 bioactive compounds, and majority of compounds that belong to the classes of fatty acid, phytosterol, and terpenoids. The table represents the 14 bioactive compound. Among detected compound, caryophyllene shows anti-cancerous activity, and it also shows hypercholesterol activity. The another compound, spalin, is an intermediate of cholesterol metabolism. It's used as a medication for lowering of cholesterol. And sigmas 5 and 3 all shows anti-proliferative activity. And this picture we showed the FTR spectrum of MMP, the OH, amine, and carboxyl and CI groups are present in MMP. It's detected by FTIR. The table shows the fold changes in the star gene by the treatment of MMP. At a double IC50 doses, it increased the star gene expression by the fold 61.10. At IC50 doses, it decreased the star gene expression by fold 0.090. And at half IC50 also, it decreased the star gene expression by 0.016. The star gene synthesis, the star protein is utilized for the transport of cholesterol from outer to inner mitochondrial membrane for the synthesis of estrogen. This table shows the fold changes in CYP19 gene after treatment with MMP. In double IC50 values, the increased gene expression by the fold 1.385. At IC50 and half IC50, the MPP decreased the CYP19 gene expression by 0.729 fold and 0.0028 fold. The enzyme is produced by CYP19 gene is, hello?
Go to the conclusion, ma'am.
What, ma'am?
Conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Coming to conclusion. These are the major conclusions from this study. At higher doses, MP regulated the star and CYP19 gene expression, which caused increased estrogen production. So these higher doses can be utilized for treating infertility, estrogen deficient conditions. At lower doses, MPP downregulated the star and CYP19 gene expression, which caused decreased estrogen production in our body. So these lower doses can be utilized for the synthesis of drug, the treatment of breast cancer. The presence of secondary metabolites in MMP caused the differential expression of these steroidogenic genes. And future perspectives of the study are the isolation of particular compound from MMP, which have anti-estrogenic activity, and perform in vivo studies for toxicological safety of bioactive compounds. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, good, nice presentation. I have one question. Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
You isolated a lot of compounds, okay?
Yes.
So which compounds are more effective for anti-estrogenic activity?
Among detected compound, the cariophylline shows the anti-cancerous and hypocholesteric activity. I think this compound have anti-estrogenic activity.
Have you done any in vitro studies or in vivo studies?
Yes, we can use animal studies, in vivo studies in animals for detecting the toxicological safety of this compound.
Okay. Benita, you have done your study in MCF.
Yes, MCF. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
MCF7 cell lines. What is the control cell that you have used? What is the cell line that you used as control in this study?
In control, we use MCF7 cell line without treating the extract.
But it is the MCF7 cell line you cannot use as control, right?
But ma'am, the treatment is not done in control cells.
Would be MCF10A cell would be a better control cell line when you do any breast cancer study. You can use MCF10 cell line as a control. Okay. So when you do such kind of studies, you must have a control cell line. So that would better validate your results.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you go for any pure compound isolation?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in a GCMS manner, like any other bio isolation?
We have not done any isolation of compound, and further we can isolate the detected compound.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you. Next, I call Hemamala to present your PPT, please. For the oral presentation, you have given 4 minutes. Ms. Hemamala, are you there? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the line. I'm trying to connect my PPT, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, if you have the PPT, can you please share it there now? Ma'am, if you have the PPT, kindly share it, ma'am, as because I can't access it. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can share the PPT, if it will be nice.
Okay, ma'am. You
Hello, is it everyone able to see the screen? Hello, ma'am. Can you able to see this, ma'am? Hello. Can everyone be able to hear it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Okay. Yes, I'm Hema Mala. I'm from RVS College of Arts and Science, and I'm a part-time PhD scholar, and I'm now going to present a screen regarding about the uses of chitosan in the field of drug delivery. That is for the usage of the chitosan in drug delivery in all the fields in the treatment of many diseases. Okay, so can you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, this chitosan, if you see, it's a biopolymer, and it is used for treating most of the diseases. And this is about the review of my work. And what is the importance of choosing the chitosan is this chitosan can be modified, and that can be encapsulated with the natural antioxidants, and this can be used as a vehicle for drug delivery. So what is chitosan in the sense? It's a biopolymer that is obtained from the shells of crustaceans, that is in the shrimps or the crabs, that is used as a waste, thrown as waste in tons and tons all along the seashore. So this can be used in a notable and useful way by converting this chitin in the crustacean cell to a modified polymer, that is a chitosan, and this can be in a controlled in size to up to nanometers and used as a nanoparticle. And what is the beneficiary of this polymer is it is a cationic polysaccharide, and it has an amine and OH group, so that it shares many special properties, and this can be used in many areas, and this is very useful, available for many chemical reactions. Say for example, what is the special property or why this chitosan has gained attention in pharmaceutical or biomedical researches? It is biocompatible, so it goes along with the biological things. So biodegradable, so when you just ingest into the living system, it is undergoes degradation, and it is non-toxic polysaccharide and easy movement into the cell membranes, and it's an efficient drug protection. So once you load this drug into a chitosan, till it reaches, so this will hold the drug, and this will release in a controlled manner. So this can be used for delivering the drugs to treat the heals, or it may be an antibacterial, and it has the antioxidant properties and anti-inflammatory, as well as the anti-ulcerogenic, as well as the anti-cancer activities. So the quality of the chitosan, when you see, it depends upon one factor, that is the degree of deacetylization. So this deacetylization scores for the quality of the particular chitosan. If the DDU value of the chitosan is more, that is said to be having low molecular weight, and DDU of the particular compound is less, it is said to be low molecular weight. And when the chitosan is being of low molecular weight, this will be used for the purposes. And once this chitosan, if it is modified, this will have the more physical properties. So this chitosan, it can be modified with 5 different types of derivatives. So either it may be thiolated by adding sulfate groups, or phosphorylated by adding phosphate groups, or it may be combined with or cross-linked with the glutaraldehyde or with the EDTA, or either it may be added with the chlorhydrin derivatives, so that its biological application may be enhanced, or it may be combined with carboxylic acid derivatives like carboxylation or methyl acrylation or benzylation, so that its biological binding as well as the usage of this chitosan inside the biological system will be more easy. So for this the ionic chitosan derivatives, that is including cationic or sulfated compounds, and either it may be included or bounded into the cyclodextrin or dioxin, or either the ether precursors. So these are all the modifications that can be done with the chitosan. So what is the use of this modification? So this will improve the physicochemical properties of this chitosan. So this chitosan particles, when you modify it, it can be enhanced for the utility as nanoparticles. And when the size of this particular chitosan is reduced as in nanometers or nanoparticles, so this can be more be enhanced for the delivery into the cell membrane. So this chitosan, is easily be soluble inside the biological system. So this biological system, so normally chitosan, when you take it, is normally solubilized in acidic solutions. So when you just put it inside the intestine, it will be soluble, as because the intestine consists of the acidic pH. So here also you can note this can be modified as trimethyl chitosan chloride, or the muco-adhesive property of this chitosan can be increased, this nanoparticles, when it is converted or modified as the thiolated chitosans. So why? Because this thiolated chitosans, they can act by opening the tight junctions of the membranes. So this can easily taken up into the cell. So, and also you can modify it by pH sensitivity by grafting this with carboxylic acid, or for special applications, this can be modified physically by blending with more polymers. So either, for example, here it can be, see the Farugia et al. He blended this chitosan with polyvinyl alcohol, a mechanical and barrier properties. So how we can go for the preparation of chitosan nanoparticles now? So by using 4 different methodologies, either by ionic gelation technique, where we use the ions for the binding of this particular chitosan, or we can go for the microemulsion method for preparing chitosan nanoparticles, where we involve the chitosan in the aqueous core of reverse micelles, followed by cross-linked through glyceraldehyde. So here we'll be putting the chitosan in the solution form and glyceraldehyde, and the surfactant is compulsorily added here, that may be a hexane, and it is stirred at room temperature for overnight. And either it may be created by a polyelectrolyte complex, where it is also an interaction between anionic and cationic charges for after neutralizing. So the nanoparticles will spontaneously form. And this can be dissolved in acidic acid solutions by mechanical stirring. So all these things will convert the chitosan into a nanoparticle range that is within 50 nanometer to 700 nanometers. Or we can go for other methodology, that is emulsification or solvent diffusion. So here we can go for emulsifying this with water or any other solvents, or with organic solvents, and either we can remove the solvents by evaporation or filtration, or reaching it to its boiling point. So chitosan, it also has the antioxidant property, where the chitosan can be used to scavenge the free radicals in the body system, where the free radicals are the main cause for the cause of cancer and many heart diseases. So these are all the things which explains about the functions of the what is antioxidant mechanisms, and how this natural antioxidants is important. Why? Because they can protect the human body from free radicals, and they can prevent many chronic diseases. And this chitosans can be combined with many more antioxidants, like the vitamin C or vitamin E, so that its antioxidant property will be more. And when we just ingest into the living system as an antioxidant, so it will be effective. So why not this scavenging activity of this chitosan is because of strong hydrogen donating ability, and so this will chelate the metal ions. So the natural antioxidants that are used, or either we can go for the vitamin C or vitamin E. So most probably which will be acting as a more potent in releasing the free radicals. And application things, we can applications of nanoparticles have been pata. So here we can go for the ocular drug delivery, that is in the specifications in the eyes, and peroral drug delivery. So this in the by the mouth, where we take it through the mouth, the nasal drug delivery through the by using the physical applications, pulmonary drug delivery and mucosal drug delivery. So So normally this chitosan, it is a mucoadhesive, or it can be modified in such a way this can adhere to the mucous membranes. So that what happens now? So this will increase the ocular surface duration of the drugs. So, and this chitosan by nature, they having the gelling property. So when you just apply it on the ocular surface, it is getting transformed in the residence time as a therapeutic drug. So it is also used as the peroral drug delivery system for, yes, ma'am.
Can you please move on to conclusion?
Yes, conclusion is, ma'am, what is the conclusion is, this chitosan being the biopolymer, this can be used for the therapeutic as well as the pharmaceutical purpose. So this chitosan can be modified to some other form, or it can be combined with the any antioxidant properties, and it can be used in the future for treating many different diseases. That is my conclusion.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
One question, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, please.
You have said that it was used for a therapeutic uses.
Ma'am, I can't hear you properly, ma'am.
It's for the.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Fine. You have said many therapeutic uses of chitosan.
Ma'am.
Can you please tell me the dangers of chitosan?
Ma'am.
Can you please tell me the dangers of chitosan?
Ma'am, I'm not getting my question. Ma'am, can you please type it, ma'am, so that I can notice?
Any pharmaceutical properties?
Ma'am? Yeah, ma'am, now I can hear.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Role of chitosan, ma'am?
What is the?
Negative role of chitosan. You have said the properties of chitosan.
Yeah, ma'am.
Was not applicated.
Ma'am, you're asking what is the properties of chitosan, right?
No. What was the danger zone of chitosan? Ma'am, she's asking about the danger zone of chitosan. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is not proper, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please put it in the chat box so that I will answer?
It's okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Next, I call Manju Devi. Please come up with your presentation. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And how it is actually done in career studies. She done in biological studies.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, please. Please share your presentation. Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Manju Devi, Research Scholar, Department of Biotechnology, Konganadu Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. My topic is green conversion of chicken feather waste to valuable keratin protein and analyze its characteristics properties. Coming to introduction, chicken feather waste from the poultry industry accounts for approximately 3,600 million tons per globally. The solid waste chicken feather require a large area for landfill that poses spread of microorganisms, groundwater contamination, and environmental pollutions. This work mainly highlights the utilization of biodegradable polymers from the renewable sources. Coming to to extract keratin from chicken feathers and to purify the extracted keratin and to characterize the keratin. Next, coming to methodology, first the sample was obtained from MS broilers, Karamadai district, Karamadai, Coimbatore district, and it was pre-treated to remove blood stains and to kill harmful pathogens. The feathers were pre-treated with Tween 20, and then the feathers were diluted with 0.5 molar sodium sulfide and sodium hydroxide and refluxed for 4 hours. And then the solution was precipitated using ammonium sulfate precipitation method. It is a common precipitation method for protein, and it was purified by the filtrate obtained were dialyzed in distilled water using cellulose membrane dialysis tube for 5 days. The retained keratin solution were freeze dried to obtain keratin and then stored in cold room at 4 degrees Celsius for further studies. And next, characterization of the extracted keratin. First, the Biorate test was done to confirm the presence of protein, and to confirm the presence of keratin, sulfur test was done. Next, FTIR spectroscopy, that is Fourier transformed infrared spectroscopy. It was used to analyze the functional group of the extracted keratin. Each spectrum obtained at wave number range of 550 to 4000 centimeter raised to -1 with the resolution of 4 centimeter raised to -1. Next is SEM analysis. The surface morphology of the lyophilized sample of keratin were studied using SEM imaging. And next, XRD. The crystal structure of the keratin protein was examined by X-ray diffractometer. Next, coming to the result. Chicken feathers were refluxed for 4 hours at 40 degrees Celsius with reducing agent, that is sodium sulfide. Reducing agent breaks the disulfide bond during the alkaline reaction. Next, precipitation of protein was done with addition of ammonium sulfate at 0 degrees Celsius to avoid possible denaturation. It was a common precipitation method for protein. The filtrate obtained was dialyzed in distilled water for 5 days. Purest form of keratin solution obtained was lyophilized and stored at 4 degrees Celsius for further studies. Next, Biorate test. Due to the presence of peptide bond, the solution turns into purple color. It indicates the presence of protein. And in sulfur test, the solution turned into black precipitate. It indicates the presence of keratin. Next, in FTIR spectroscopy of keratin, the peak at 1638 represent diketones, 3379 denotes the amide group, and 3245 denotes the OH stretching of alcohols and phenols. Next, some analysis. The morphological characteristics of the keratin displays the highly porous structure in the surface with horny layer. Next, the X-ray diffraction results determined that the extracted keratin was mainly present in semi-crystalline form, so that its aqueous state maintained the crystal. Then it shows the strongest peak at 20. 9.3 is the alpha helix and 30 to 50 shows the amorphous structure. Next, coming to the conclusion. The extraction of keratin was studied using sodium sulfide as a reducing agent. Ammonium sulfate was used to precipitate the protein and purify it at the same time. The presence of protein was confirmed by Biorate test, in which the reagent turned into purple in the presence of peptide bonds, and the presence of keratin was confirmed by sulfur test. FTIR analysis also confirmed the presence of an amide and carboxyl group in the sample, indicating the presence of amino acids. The morphology and crystalline structure of the keratin were investigated. As a result, the final product confirmed true keratin protein without any presence of foreign material. These are some possible applications of keratin. These are the references I have collected. This work will enable the utilization of cheaper and environmental friendly extraction technique to recover keratin from the waste material. We are hopefully sure that it will definitely benefit the society as well as play an important role to boost the economic growth of our country. think green and keep the environment clean. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Manju?
Yes, ma'am.
Presentation is nice. And my query is that you have said many importance of carotene. And did you apply anything for anything in a laboratory?
What, ma'am? What?
You have applied the carotene by creating in the laboratory?
Yes, ma'am. We have tried to make keratin with bioplastic, ma'am.
Application. You have implemented an application?
Yes, ma'am. We are trying to make keratin with bioplastic, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now we call Shubhanaro Air to present your presentation, please. A warm welcome to the judge panel. Judges of the oral presentation, Dr. M. Salahuddin, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology. So welcome you, sir. And Dr. A. Aslam, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany. We welcome you, sir.
Next one, share பண்ண சொல்ல. Kindly share.
Kindly share your presentation.
List.
You can start now. Shubhanaro, we are not audible. Your mic is unmute, but we are not able to hear you. Okay, next I call Shai Shamla Pom.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present here.
Okay, please share your presentation and you may start.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. I'm audible. I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. You may start.
Good evening, everyone present here. I'm Chawi Chonglapom, a research scholar from St. Joseph University, Dimapur, Nagaland. Now I'm going to present on animal-based medicine used traditionally by the tribal people of Tinsang district, Nagaland. Here comes an introduction. Using animal-based medicine traditionally by different ethnic group of mankind for the treatment of various ailments. Especially this study was carried out to explore the knowledge on animal-based medicine used by the tribal people of our district, Tinsang district, Nagaland. The animal body parts has been used for the medicinal purpose for the treatment of human health problems. Here comes the materials and method. The study areas was chosen the Tinsang district, which is in hilly region and blessed with the fauna biodiversity. And yes, it has a latitude of 26 degrees, 1648.0 north and longitude of 94 degree, 48.00 east. This district has a total area of 2,536 square kilometer. The methodology used were the data were collected through the study questionnaires, interviews, and group discussion with selected respondents. Here come the results and discussions. This table showing the species which has been used by traditional healer for the treatment of different elements by the Tinsang district, tribal people of Tinsang district, Nagaland. The species here were pigeon, number 1, pigeon, golden liver. The bear flesh meat will cook and serve the soup to heal the wounds, improve immune system, and relieve the cough. The dog, number 2, the dog meat soup are prepared and given to the sick person suffering from low blood pressures and general weakness. Guinea pig, the body part were used such as legs, especially legs and head were used. The cooked head and legs of soup were served to treat the health-related problems. Domestic chickens, the pepper soup of domestic chicken is served to treat the bone fracture, improve immune system, and raw fats are applied on the burned body for healing the wounds. Albino rates, Radius norvegicus, cooked flesh and pepper soup is taken for the treatment of asthma and cough. Gray stream frog, the pepper frog meat were cooked and the soup and the pot flesh were taken for the faster healing of wounds during operation. Point number 7, snail. The nicely pepper soup of this snail is used to treat the cough. Grapes. Point number 8, grapes. And the juvenile grapes are used and prepared and make soup and given to treat the sickness people, especially for the cough. The eelfish. The pepper fresh blood of this fish were given to the sick person suffering from anemia and low blood pressures. And then the last one, the rabbits. The pepper soup of this rabbit are very good source of energy that keeps our body strong and healthy. Here comes the conclusions. The traditional knowledge of using animal-based medicine is very beneficial for the mankind and especially benefited the people living in villages and remote areas. Thus, the utilization of the animal resource for treatment of different elements have tremendously enhanced and promote the biodiversity conservation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The Nadu is meant for many traditional practices and traditional knowledge. But here you have studied about the human-based medicinal properties. So how you done this study, ma'am? How you justify this particular thing has some medicinal property?
Hello? Hello, sir. Can you please repeat the question? Hello?
How you, which test, based on which test, how you justify these products have medicinal values? Because Nagaland have many traditional items.
I'm not getting that question properly, sir. It's not audible. Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. Are you not able to hear us?
Unable.
Are we audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have just texted my question in chat box.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am, kindly reply in chat box, please. Okay, next, we move on to Chubanaro Iyer. We'll be sharing your presentation. Okay, next, Anusha, yes, are you in line?
Hello, ma'am. Is my voice audible? This is Chubana Raya.
Okay, we will share your presentation.
I will share my presentation or?
No, we will share for you.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I can try sharing on my end as well.
Are you able to view our screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may start, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone present. I would like to first introduce myself. My name is Chubanara Iyer from St. Joseph University. I am a research scholar. The topic on which I'll be presenting today is assessment of gut microbiota associated with Phylloxera ricini found in Nagaland, India. First of all, I would like to go to the introduction. As we all know, what is sericulture? Sericulture is the practice of producing silk by raising commercial silkworms. And sericulture does not only involve the process of producing silk, but also involves agricultural sectors, which involves the growing of food plants for human use, and also the formation of cocoons, reeling and spinning of silkworm cocoons for yarn manufacture, and among other value-added uses such as weaving and also processing of the silk. An Erie silkworm is a domesticated economic insect which is rare in different countries all over the world. Besides being a domesticated insect, Erie silkworm is widely used as food by various kinds of populations living in rural area, and this silkworm litter is also used as a biogas and also used as a cooking fuel. And sericulture thus supplies not just only silk for trendy garments, but also is very helpful in the human society as well. And the Indian silkworm Phylloxera ricini makes a very substantial contribution to the production of commercial silk. The next is the taxonomic classifications of the Erie silkworm, which is my experimental animal insect. It belongs to the domain Eukaryota. It belongs to kingdom Metazoa, phylum Arthropoda, subphylum Uniramia, class Insecta, order Lepidoptera, family Saturnidae, and genus Samia, and the species name is Samia cynthia ricini. The aims and objective of my research is to identify the gut microbes in Erie silkworm, which is fed with different host plants, and also to rear different batches of Erie silkworm with different host plants, and to compare the different types of microbes which are found, and also to assess the benefits of microbes identified to the host. The methodology that I used for this research is the first method involved the method for the gut microbial community identification. And there is a lot of procedures and techniques which have been used to identify Erie silkworm gut microbial. After that, sterilization of all equipments. Before we start the microbial community identification, the sterilization process is very important, as we know that all the tools and equipment to be used during the process have to be sterilized by autoclaving them, and then also they have to be properly cleaned with alcohol on and before handling the sample. This will prevent any unwanted contamination and also eliminate any possible factors that may disrupt favorable results. The third method involves the rearing of silkworm and collection of gut sample. After the rearing of silkworm, the gut samples were collected from the 5th instar healthy silkworm larvae, which were reared on fresh castor leaf in the laboratory. And also these silkworm larvae were carefully selected and sterilized and then dissected with sterile tools, which after that, the midgut was removed and isolated. And then it was evenly washed to remove the food bolus and other contaminants. The preparation of chemicals, isolation of gut microflora, gram staining of the tissue culture to identify the morphological characteristics, and enumeration of gut microflora and identification. Next slide, ma'am. Ma'am, can we go to the next slide? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
Can we please go to the next slide?
Let's change. Can you see?
The next one.
This one, huh?
Yes, ma'am. This is a picture of the gram-positive bacteria which is found in the foregut, midgut, and the hindgut of the Erie silkworm. So, as we all know, gram-positive bacteria are gram-positive bacteria that give positive result in gram stain. So the bacteria which were identified using gram staining method were gram-positive bacteria which are corky in shape. And also, these bacteria are violet, and this is because of the peptidoglycan present in their cell walls.
Ma'am, can you please come to the conclusion?
Hello, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you please
Okay, the
conclusion?
conclusion is in the next slide, ma'am. The result of research showed that the larva of the silkworm cultivated was used, and then from the midgut content, the bacteria which were identified were the Bacillus nakumarae, Bacillus tropicus, Bacillus techlinicus, Bacillus proteolyticus. And I would like to conclude that this following study was done with the idea of identifying the gut microbes present in the midgut of Erie silkworm, and this study also accounts to how microbes survival is solely based on the factors of the host, like its stress level, humidity, and disease resistance. Generic and functional characteristics of microbes is important to depict the diversity of cultivable bacteria, and this study is a comprehensive study to explore the functional diversity of microbes present in the gut of Erie silkworm. More in-depth and detailed study is required to study regarding the diversity of gut microbes based on the feeds to further bring better results and discovery. Thank you, ma'am.
Your question is coming in the chat box. Could you please view that and answer?
Okay, ma'am.
You can text back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I call Mrs. P. Kirutiga to get ready with your presentation.
Ma'am, it is coming as you can't start screen sharing while other is participating in sharing, ma'am.
Yes, yes, we will be sharing your screen, your presentation. One second. Ma'am, are you in line? Mrs. Kirtika?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you view my screen?
Ma'am, myself share my screen. Are you able to see my screen, ma'am?
No, we are sharing a presentation, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. It's visible only, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I present, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you can start. You can start.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Kritika from RVS College of Arts and Science. My topic is I want to synthesize a edible film using a composite of chitosan and Acorus calamus for fruits and vegetable coating to improve our immunity. So by using these two components, we may coat fruits and vegetables. It is a edible one. So I plan to do like that. First of all, before going to this, we have to know about what is mean by chitosan. So actually, a chitosan is a natural mucopolysaccharide. It is a marine. It can isolate from marine things. So actually, it is a linear 1,4-link 2-amino deoxygluten. It is naturally prepared from chitin. So whatever things we are having chitin can be converted to a chitosan. Actually, this chitosan is a non-toxic. It is biodegradable and biocompatible polymer. This chitosan has antibacterial and heavy metal absorbing effect, antioxidant and film forming capacity. This chitosan can be isolated from naturally occurring crustaceous cells such as crumb, shrimp, and lobsters. You can also isolate this chitosan from fishes and fungi and mushrooms, those the cell wall having chitosan as a component. Ma'am, next slide, ma'am. So actually, it is synthesized by partial deacetylation of chitosan. So you have to carry out 3 processes. One is demineralization, deproteinization, and decolorization. So next slide, ma'am. Next slide, please, ma'am. So this demineralization process involves you have to remove the mineral contents in the cells of crustaceous cells such as crab, fish scales, and then shrimp like that. You have to remove the minerals by using a low concentration of acids. That is followed by deproteinization so that we can get a chitosan. It has to be decolorized so that we can get a colorless component. So in my study, I took fish scales. Actually, a lot of source for chitosan is available. I took this fish scales in order to get a cheap and easy because of its easy availability, and also it is thrown as a waste. So it is cheap of cost. No need to pay amount also. So I took this fish scales. I collected these fish scales from the Karmatambati Coimbatore, and I washed the scales and dried this in oven for 24 hours. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, please, ma'am. So I took this fish scales, I washed and dried this in this way in a oven for 24 hours. Demineralization step, I soaked this for in 1% HCl for 24 hours, and I filtered this using for normal filter paper, Botman number filter paper, and then I go for deacetylation process by doing 50% of percentage of NaOH. It is that the prepared chitosan will be converted to a chitosan powder. This is the powder I got from fish scales. I characterize that chitosan by using these color, fat binding capacity, water binding capacity, pH, moisture content, and Acorus calmensis is nor in Tamil we say it as a vasambu. I thought this from traditional says it has high blood sugar control level, cardiac protection, antioxidant, and numerical solves many problems, and it also have antimicrobial activity. So I thought to combine this chitosan and this vasambu to form a film. So actually this chitosan having a film forming capacity. So I mixed this vasambu extract with 1.5% of chitosan that has been dissolved in acetic acid, and 0.5% of glycerol and 0.5% of 218, so that I got a film like this. So it can be tearable from the plate, so it can be used for wrapping also. But I next slide, ma'am. But I didn't thought to wrap this. But what I thought means we can dip these things in the fruits or vegetables, so that edible film will be created on the vegetables, so that it can be preserved for a long time. Their nutritional ability will be maintained, so that it will be beneficial for us. So since this is an edible film, you can get the medicinal property of both chitosan and also that vasambu, so that it will be you will get a antibacterial and anti-disease property. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vasambu have medicinal properties, everybody know.
Yes, sir. It is having medicinal properties. So I selected that since chitosan already having some antibacterial properties, so we can enhance that property with by using that vasambu. Since traditionally many people are using that vasambu for treating many diseases, no. So if you are using the edible form by for coating vegetables and fruits, means it will be easily enter into us, so that we may get the benefits of both chitosan and vasambu. So I got this idea, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I call Anusha for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, we will be sharing your presentation, please. Can you view the presentation, Ms. Anusha? Can you see the screen? Anusha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Are you audible?
Yes, yes. Can you see the screen? I've shared your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may start, please.
Welcome to Anandal. I am Anusha, research scholar from South Triangle Hindu College, Nagarkoil. Now I presented effect of antimicrobial activity on Taurinia crustacea. Next. Plants. Plants are the God-given gift in the world. In recent years, multiple drug resistance in human pathology microorganisms had developed due to indiscriminate use of commercial antimicrobial drugs. It is commonly used in the treatment of infectious diseases. This situation forced scientists to search for new antimicrobial substances from plant sources, which are a good source of novel antimicrobial chemotherapeutic agents. The use of plant raw materials is one of the areas of modern pharmaceutical science in the production of herbal medicines. study area. The research plant Chorinia crustacea is collected from a small village, Kottaram. It is located very close to Madhual Malai, Kanyakumari district. Then adjectives. This is my research plant Chorinia crustacea. It is commonly called as Malaysian false pimpernel. It belongs to the family Lindernaceae. The flowers are purple in color. Methodology. We use 5 bacterial strains and 3 fungal strains for our activity. Then antimicrobial test was carried out by using a standard procedure followed by Coconut et al. 1999. Martev et al. 2006, Azam et al. 2010. Then result. This table shows the antimicrobial activity of Chorinia crustacea powdered whole plant. Next slide. This slide shows the antifungal activity of my research plan. These are the plates showing the antimicrobial effect of Chorinia crustacea. Then conclusion. Chorinia crustacea exhibited the highest antimicrobial activity. It provides justification for the use of this plant to treat various infectious diseases. The results of the present study concluded the plant holds a terrific promise in providing a nutrient supply and treats various infectious diseases. Then thank you, ma'am.
See, you have selected one plant.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Antimicrobial activity. So when you are telling this plant is having high amount of antimicrobial activity, means you have to compare with other few more plants. Maybe you can control. You can compare with control 2, sample 1, sample 2, sample 3, so that you can able to tell this one particular plant is having more amount of antimicrobial activity.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I call Dr. K. Nirubama. Are you in line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll share your presentation now, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, are you going to share my screen?
Can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Shall I start?
A kind notice before that. We will be having 2 more oral presentation and then we will do the session, okay? You may start, ma'am.
Shall I start? May I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You're audible. You may start.
Okay. Good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Nirupama, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Kungnad Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Topic is curing incurable Alzheimer's disease with Coffea canephora, red fill, Robusta coffee. Next slide, please. So India is the largest producer of medicinal plant. We are all well known. So rightly, it is called as the botanical garden of the world. The medicinal plants are nature's priceless and gift to human. The plant-derived phytochemicals have been traditionally used as a natural remedy in the treatment of diverse ailments. So they are the backbone of traditional medicine. So it is a developing novel of lead of the molecules, higher plant sources because of their higher biological activity, safety, and lower cost as compared to the synthetic drugs. So the medicinal plants having a promising role in to prevent and as well as to cure the diseases. So Alzheimer's disease, dementia is believed to be incurable, even its cause has not been documented. A few hypotheses have been postulated. However, among these are the destruction of acetylcholine by the enzyme acetylcholine esterase, the accumulation of the amyloid beta plaque, and peroxidation of the brain cell. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the study are: the first phase, the several extracts of Coffea robusta were probed for their phytochemical analysis. Then second phase, in vitro antioxidant activity of Coffea robusta, and third phase, inhibitory activity against the acetylcholinesterase enzyme evoked by the aqueous extract of Coffea robusta were studied. Next slide. So the methodology, that is the phytochemical analysis of Coffea robusta, identification of the bioactive compounds, then the in vitro antioxidant activity of Coffea robusta, the in vitro antioxidant DPPH activity, then inhibitory activity of the acetylcholinesterase of Coffea robusta. The standard procedure will be followed by the methodology. The next slide. So this is the diagrammatic representation of the red peel of Coffea robusta, then the dried form and the powdered form, then the final, the extract will be using for phytochemical analysis. So this is the result of phytochemical analysis, the different extract, that is aqueous methanol, benzene and petroleum ether chloroform. So the different extracts, the more bioactive compounds, it will be present in the aqueous extract. So the further that is the antioxidant and in vitro acetylcholinesterase activities are carried out by using of this aqueous extract method. Next slide. So this is the diagrammatic representation of the phytochemical screening analysis of aqueous extract of Coffea robusta. Next slide. So the antioxidant, and next we move on to the in vitro antioxidant of DPPH and in vitro work of acetylcholinesterase enzyme. The first we have to know the antioxidant. So the severe oxidative stress, that is the negative effect, excess of the ROS and RNS, it lowers the antioxidants defense. So it damaging the biomolecules, that is lipid, DNA and protein. So all this to increases more than free radicals. This free radical, it increases the cell death and tissue damage. It increases more than 200 diseases like carcinogenesis, diabetes and neurological disorder, atherosclerosis and etc. So all this, it is going to be nullifying only one Godman. It is called as an antioxidant. So next slide, please. So in vitro antioxidant activity of Coffea robusta, that is the DPPH activity. The DPPH activity, diphenylphenol hydrogen activity, is a commercially available free radical. So that toxic, that is it is going to be converted toxic to non-toxic. The main concept of this antioxidant activity is increasing the concentration, increasing the scavenging activity. Next slide. So mostly the phenolic mixtures may contribute to straightforwardly for the antioxidant activity. So this antioxidant activity of the plant of phenolic, the substances it related to the hindrance hydroxyl revolutionary and DPPH exercises. So this package prior reports relating to the presence of phenolic mixtures to antioxidant activity. So this identify the electron move capacity. It will be the critical marker for the potential cancer prevention agent action. So for the estimation of the reduced capacity, that is the Fe3 plus to Fe2 plus reduction activity changing within the site of watery part of Coffea canephora was examined. Next slide, please. So next, the in vitro, we move on to acetylcholinesterase enzyme. The acetylcholinesterase enzyme, it is terminate the neuronal transmission and signaling between the synapses to prevent and disposal the activation of nearby receptors. It is inhibited by the pesticides and nerve agents. So this acetylcholinesterase enzyme is the combination of the acetic acid and choline. So if the increasing here also the same, the increasing the activity of the canephorophil concentration, the percentage of the inhibition activity is also increasing.
Ma'am, can you please move to the
conclusion? Ma'am?
Can you please go to the conclusion, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So the previous slide. So the conclusion of our study, the phytochemical screening of the study, it will the bioactive compound it will be present, that is alkaloids, phenols, steroids, flavonoids. This phytochemical screening tests may be useful to detection of the bioactive principles and it lead to the drug discovery. Next slide. Next slide. So in addition of this, that is acetylcholine inhibitory activity, this inhibitory activity, our study, it highlight the secondary metabolite, that is the mainly the polyphenols and flavonoid compound. It will exhibit the scavenging activity of the antioxidants. It may counter the free radical damage and produce during metabolism. The free radical levels may be exhibited in Alzheimer's disease. So this plant having the screening activity and also it should possess beneficial natural antioxidant that can be complement the endogenous antioxidant system. So it is a more potent of the phytochemical inhibitor. It should be present in the Canophora and Robusta, that is the Canophora robusta, Canophora field and Coffea robusta. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have put up the question in the chat box. Please reply in chat, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And next I call Dr. B. Devi. Are you in line? Ma'am, Devi ma'am, are you here? Okay, next, Miss Sandesh Krishna. Sir, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, can I start sharing?
Yes, yes, sir.
Can you see the presentation?
So can you see your presentation? We are sharing, sir, for you.
Okay.
Yes,
So I'm
sir.
Sandesh Krishna. I am presenting my thesis on the topic differential expression of steroidogenic genes in MCS7 cell lines by methodological extract of seed coat of Tamarind indica. So as you all know, Tamarind indica is a very popular plant. Tamarind indica is a leguminous tree, belongs to the family Fabaceae. So the plants have been studied for their anti-cancer activity for recent times, and the recent studies suggest that the Tamarind indica seed coat possess anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and hepatoprotective activities. So so this study was carried out in MCS, which is breast cancer cells, and breast cancer is the second most common cancer that occurs in women, and the 2/3 of the breast cancer are hormone dependent hormone like estrogen for their growth and differentiation. So medicine plants are very viable options for the treatment of cancer due to their low cost and their lack of side effects. So the objectives of the study was to prepare the methodological extract of the seed coat of Tamarind indica and identify the active compounds in the extract by using DCMS and TR analysis, and find the modulation of the hormone modulation by the extract on the expression of genes like CYP19 star genes, which have role in the production of steroid hormones. So next slide. So we want the materials and methods. So the extract preparation. So for that, the seed coats were collected, shaded, and pulverized, and they extracted using a soft apparatus, and the extract was evaporated and stored till use in refrigeration. Next. So in the previous study, that was my first study, I found out the acidity of the extract after treating with MCS cell lines. That IC50 was found to be 16 microgram per ml, and this concentration, that the IC50 half and double IC50 concentration, was used to treat the cells for this study, which is the gene expression study. So, and the gas chromatography, which was carried out in KFRA, that is in PG, and the helium gas was used for ADCMS analysis, and the library is done and value was used to find out the different bioactive compounds in the extract, which is the FTIR. So the FTIR is for a transfer infrared spectroscopy was carried out to find the different functional groups which are present in the extract, that is the seed coat extract. So after treatment with the extract, the cells were synthesized and the total RNA from the cells were isolated, and the complementary DNA was synthesized. So from that, the RT-PCR was carried out to find the changes that is occurred to the cells after treatment with the extract. So the statistical analysis was being carried out in SPSS software, which is version 21. So we want the results and discussion. So the DCMS analysis, we found out 9 bioactive compounds were detected, which belong to the fatty acids, phytosterol, and terpenoid groups. And from these compounds, the neophytidine, gamma testosterone, and sigma 4-in-3-1 were found to be active in cytotoxic effect and inflammatory activity, cell cycle phyto, and the gamma sterol is a phytoestrogen. And the sigma is having hypoglycemic effect. So from the FTIR analysis, we found different bonds, which is alcoholic, alkenes, aromatic esters, and secondary alcohols in the extract. So after the gene expression studies, the star gene which mobilizes the cholesterol into the mitochondria for the production of steroid hormones, it was found that there was a fold increase in the cells gene after treatment with the extract, that with the extract, and in COP19 there was a downgrade in the gene expression. So in the conclusion, we can say that the extract is having a high cytotoxic effect, and the MTA was able to downregulate the COP19 expression, which is a key regulator in the estrogen biosynthesis, so that this can be used for the treatment of the hormone-dependent breast cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. So you will get a question in the text box, please, sir. Thank you, sir. Miss Dr. B. Devi, are you here? Amulya Kumari, Miss Amulya Kumari.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. I will be sharing a presentation, ma'am, now.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you may start, ma'am.
Shall I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very good evening to the organizers and all the participants present over here. I am myself Amulya Kumari, a research scholar from University Department of Botany, Ranchi University. I am here to present oral presentation on the topic antibiogram activity of leaf extract of Nyctanthus arborescens L. First of all, I would start with the introduction of the plant that has been taken for present study. Nyctanthus arborescens is a perennial plant which belongs to family Oleaceae and comprises of approximately 30 genera and over 600 species. It is commonly known as Hyacinga, coral jasmine, parizat, queen of night, and night flowering jasmine. It is of common occurrence in tropical as well as subtropical regions and it is native to South Asia. And in traditional, in ethnomedicinally, it is medicinally important, and its leaves are used for the treatment of skin infection, diarrhea, malaria, jaundice, rheumatism, arthritis, and inflammatory disorder. It also possesses some pharmacological activities like antimicrobial, anti-cancer, antioxidant, antiviral, etc. Now I would like to inform that this study is about the knowing the pharmacological property of the plant, that is antibacterial activity of the leaf extract. And the antibacterial activity of this plant has been tested by disc diffusion method against 6 microbes that has been used for present study. That is Bacillus subtilis, Streptococcus mutans, Candida albicans, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Lactobacillus acidophilus, and Enterococcus faecalis. Now, these are the methods and materials that have been followed to experiment. The first one is the collection of leaf material, which have been collected in the month of November from Ranchi. Second is the phytochemical screening. The qualitative analysis of phytochemicals like alkaloids, terpenoids, steroids, saponins, flavonoids, tannins, phenols, glycosides, probatannin, and anthocyanins have been done by the procedure proposed by Evans and Pierce. Then the second is the extract preparation. For extract preparation, cold extraction method was used. In cold extraction method, powdered leaf weighing 10 grams were mixed with 100 ml of methanol and left for 72 hours in Shaker incubator at 37 degrees centigrade. After 72 hours, the extract is taken out and filtered. The filtered extract was then again put in the incubator at 40 degrees centigrade to get dried extract. The dried extract was then extracted out and then mixed in 2 solvents, that is aqueous, water, and ethanol, to get the final extract for the experiment, which has a concentration of 35 microgram per ml. And the microorganisms which were used were Streptococcus mutans, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Enterococcus faecalis, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Candida albicans, and Bacillus subtilis. The antimicrobial assay was conducted by disc diffusion method, which was proposed by Kuber and Bure. The disc diffusion method, nutrient agar was poured on petri plates and on which inoculum of microorganisms were spread, and on which the disc loaded with extract were put. And then the prepared petri plates were kept in incubator for 18 hours. And after 18 hours, the results were, that is, zone of inhibition were recorded in mm.
The next slide.
Now results. This is the table showing result for qualitative phytochemical analysis. The phytochemical analysis shows the presence of alkaloids, terpenoids, steroids, flavonoids, tannins, phenols, and glycosides, whereas the shows the absence of saponins, flavotannins, and anthocyanins. This is the second result for the antibacterial study. In the picture, you can see some of the prominent clear zones, which shows that the extract is efficient enough to suppress the growth of microorganisms. This is the table of zone of inhibition, and it shows that in aqueous extract at 10 microliter, the maximum zone of inhibition was shown against Bacillus subtilis, that is 23.5 mm, and the least one was 8 mm against Streptococcus mutans. Whereas in ethanolic extract, the maximum zone of inhibition was 29 mm against Bacillus subtilis, and the least one was against Enterococcus faecalis, that is 6.5 mm. As we can see that the aqueous extract at lower concentration, that is 5 microliter, it is found to be less effective, and whereas the ethanolic extract, it is found to be effective against all the microorganisms at lower as well as higher concentration. This is the graph depicting the zone of inhibition, that is antibacterial activity of the Nyctanthus leaf against the 6 microorganisms which have been used for present study. Now, leading to the conclusion, this study leads to the conclusion that the leaf extract of Nyctanthus arbotristis are enriched with various phytochemicals that have been detected in the phytochemical screening, that are alkaloids, terpenoids, esteroids, flavonoids, tannins, phenols, glycosides, and which makes it a potent plant to be used as a medicinal plant. The second pharmacological property which have been tested during this work is antibacterial activity, and that have also, the results have also supported that it has antibacterial activity. For aqueous extract, it was found to be effective at higher concentration, but it's not that much effective at lower concentration. And when the ethanolic extract, it was effective at lower concentration as well as higher concentration. So it can be concluded from the present study that it consists of significant antibacterial property and can be used as an antibacterial drug in different kind of infections. And the further studies are required for its toxicological study and for molecular docking, for knowing the exact mechanism of action and exact dose estimation. These are the future prospects of the present study. These are the related references which have been considered during the study. And thank you very much for patient listening.
You'll be getting your questions in the chat box. Please do them. And today here we end the session of today. The remaining participants will be receiving our oral presentation tomorrow at morning. You will be receiving the updates regarding the link and timings in your WhatsApp group. Please do follow. Thank you all. Thank you for your time.
For experimental control, for negative control, I have taken the solvent which have been used for preparation of extract, that is water and ethanol. And for positive control, I have taken tetracycline at concentration 5 microgram per ml. And for measuring the concentration of extract, the extract was made by measuring the dried extract and dissolving it in 1 ml of solvent, that is water and ethanol.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. We'll be meeting tomorrow. Thank you.